Welcome to the Nexus Nextcast, where everything connects. Our upcoming guests include Jeff Harmon on ancient knowledge and modern interrogation, John Seri, the sound of space, Karen McDonald, natural healing and modern modalities, Dominic Denzen, etheric energies and modern interrogation, John. Welcome to the Nexus Next. Welcome to the Nexus Next. Welcome to the Nexus Next. Welcome to the Nexus Next.
Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. In a world of fast-paced, ever-changing scenes, there's a group that stands out, the Jesus Geeks team. With their seasoned minds and their tech-savvy ways, they navigate the world in the modern-day maze. Jesus Geeks, they're the ones to seek. With their wit and their wisdom, they'll make you think. From politics to gadgets, they've got the scoop. Jesus Geeks, they'll keep you in the loop. Jesus Geeks with their minds so keen, they're the voices of reason in the digital stream. From bytes to bytes, they spread their creed. Jesus Geeks, fulfilling every geeky need. In a world of noise, the calming voice, guiding through the chaos with their informed choice. They'll break it down, make it easy to understand. Jesus Geeks, the pillars of the modern man.
Dude, I swear Geezer Geeks are unreal. They're my go-to. They're killing it.
Geezer Geeks are so great. Really, they are making podcasts great again. I only listen to them.
What we're actually seeing is the systematic implementation of the fall of the republic and the rise of the corporation of the United States. Every major event is a step in the ladder to achieve that end. COVID is just another rung in the ladder, which is why there's a deliberate mixing of all the wordplay, right? I mean, we should stop calling it, quarantine. That's a term designated for people that are verified sick. This is a house arrest mandated by the state. You should stop calling it, social distancing, because there's nothing social about forced isolation. We should stop saying safer at home when millions of Americans don't have basic necessities adequate to fit their needs. It assumes that everybody's home is equally as safe as the people that are making the statements. We should stop saying, this is for the greater good. right? When you close the economy, killing millions of businesses that families have worked generations to establish, that's anything but good. We should stop saying this is the new normal. That's just blatant mind control drivel. There's nothing normal about forced isolation, treating your neighbor like they have the plague, breathing your own bodily waste, wearing masks, living in constant fear of contamination. That's normal. I mean, after all, if the virus is so deadly, why hasn't it wiped out the homeless who don't social distance, wash themselves regularly, let alone, live in or have access to a sterile environment? Last year, 1.5 million people died of tuberculosis. Why were you not wearing a mask during the tuberculosis pandemic?
And there you have it, the opening salvo for the geeks this week. The geezers are going to geek on some of that stuff because it kind of rhymes and has a lot to do, it seems, with some of the stuff that we've been prognosticating on and getting some kind of minimal street cred about, which is kind of cool. I mean, if you're going to slow your roll, make sure that you're rolling well, right? So maybe that's something that the geezer geeks seem to be stumbling upon. And to that end, we have a full lineup tonight of some of the more interesting, dare we say, strange, oh, that's right, weird folks on the panel tonight. We have the usuals, and we also have some special guests tonight, which is going to be fun because I can't wait to see what it's like not only herding geezers, but herding in guests of geezers. Can you imagine what that is going to be like? Well, you're about to find out just like me. So, without further ado, let's bring in some geezers here. Oh, let's see. I have this magic button in here, which is awesome, where I can hide or show people. And I'm going to have some fun pushing this button here. Mr. G, how you be?
Good. How's it going?
Outstanding. It's as you know, we have this propensity to have a lot of conversations, whether we're on a show or whether we're just online or on the phone. And you and I have been talking about all this crazy stuff. Going, all right. Does there seem to be any effective, and in particular, I brought it up because I see this pattern on a regular basis, and that's the whole Mercury retrograde thing and the influence from that planet's characteristics and notoriety for what it appears to affect when it shows up in certain positions. And so we're right in the middle of this whole Mercury retrograde. Well, last week was awesome. Everything worked out great, right? You and I were even working on some stuff, and it was great. Clay and I, it was like didn't have any there was no Mercury about.
That's right. They don't know the superpower of the geezers.
I think the geezer gaze may be getting around. Well, let's see. There's another geezer back here. Oh God, the grand poopah of geezer. Look, there's the poo of the paw of the geezers.
How's it going?
It's going well. Are you swimming down there yet, or are you just
No,
still hot and wet?
it was 103 today. Tomorrow's supposed to be 105, and then Monday's supposed to be 107. I don't know how many days we've been above 100 so far this year, but it's been a lot. And we have a significant thunderstorm coming through later on this evening, coming up from Sonora, Mexico. So it may be heading towards your neck of the woods too. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming up.
Yeah, we've got a big one rolling in tonight. We've had the monsoon for the last couple of weeks, really, and it's been actually very nice because it's all late afternoon, early evening clouds and thunderstorms just come up out of nowhere and just start dumping. And it's like, okay, yeah, get it all over with quicker than hanging around for a few days. But yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to see a little bit more of it. And no thanks to you, Jim. If you could just do me a favor when it comes into town, just tell it to kind of go off to one side or the other.
Head the other way. Yeah.
Head the other way. I'd appreciate that. Because we got shows to do, and we have another geezer here, the geezer of geek, who has been geeking the most of us geezers, Mr. Claymation of the AI Show Me What You Can Do world. How you
Hey,
doing,
everybody.
Clay?
I'm doing good. I hope you all are doing good as well.
Well, it seems like a good night to cast the geezer gaze upon the grouping of the crap that's out there, and I've got a layout here. I haven't gotten to the poll yet, but it will be a choice, a chat choice tonight on which topic you guys want to hear the geezers gag on, because we will certainly do plenty of that. But we also have kind of an occasional. This is one of those geezers that we only see once in a while, and when he's on, it's always takes the whole conversation always takes another turn, because we don't know, because I guess it comes from down under, so it's like a slide ball, or a backhanded something or other that comes in sideways, and that is the Mr. B himself. How are you, Terry?
G'day, everybody. How is things? Hey, Jim, you're not the only one getting thunderstorms, mate. Last night, it sounded like there was 10-bin bowling going on in the heavens, mate. It was giving a lot of crap, mate. Kept me awake all night, but I'm here. I'm here early today.
Yeah, and
So no complaining.
well, no, that's not, and that's always going to happen. That we'll find something. But your audio and your audio and video looking great. How have you been?
I'm not so bad this week. My old neck pain is settling down, so getting back to normal. I've been busy playing with the AI Clay introduced me to, and I like country music, so I've been creating some nice love country music songs, So
Yeah, sound great.
yeah, I've had quite a few people getting through to me saying, "Why are you making me cry? Those songs make me cry." Oh, okay. I'm exposing my sensitivity with my creativity.
Oh my God, it's thick already.
Oh,
Well,
man.
before it gets any thicker, we need to bring in one of our special guests tonight, the man, the legend, the identity that must not be spoken about unless it wants to be spoken about. The good doctor himself.
You be good.
Greetings and salutations. Man, how good do you have to be to disappear in a mist like that? That's awesome.
Well, I learned some tricks because, as I see, I work for the FBI. They're hiring anybody these days. So that was my ninja trick.
I love that guy. I really do. He
Well,
tickles me, mate.
There's a difference, as you know, Doc, better than any of us here, that there's a difference between special effects and real effects.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That was a practical effect, what you saw. No CGI.
Practically on purpose, I think.
Yeah, but it looked real, right?
Yeah, you
That's
had
the
that.
trick.
Well, I was expecting a ghost to come out of all that.
My Casper was leaving my body.
If we go by what the media does now, we can just come back later and say it never happened anyway. So
I don't know what you're talking about.
You talking to me? Right?
Real quick before we get too deep and get started on the topics,
Shit, we're
there's
getting
quite a few
excited.
people hanging out over there in chat. We should maybe say hi to them before we get too deep
There-
into conversation.
You
I
mean
thought that
there's
was all you
actually
guys.
there's actually people out there that are paying attention to this? They're
Indeed.
signed in?
Claudette is in the chat. Sarah
Oh yeah.
is in
I
the
just-
chat. Jennifer is in the chat.
I only see
Bim
two
Jim.
people.
Woo Riders is in the chat. Spirit Heart Gods and Goddesses is in the
Oh.
chat.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Okay, found it.
Jennifer
Sounds
and
exotic.
Bucks also in chat. Roque Avellaneda is in chat. Good to see you, Roque. He's an artist friend of mine.
Now, is this live on? Where is this live? at?
Chiro is, of course, she's in chat,
So we
moderating for you guys. Sarah,
should
good to
be
see you.
on 3 YouTube channels and
Okay.
2 Rumble channels.
Oof.
Now I haven't. We are live on one on my Rumble channel. And what's interesting, this whole Doc, you haven't been on. We've been poking around and having troubles with either Riverside or Rumble Studio or Zoom or
Because you were poking it.
StreamYard, all of that. So Riverside has been working great for the Saturday night shows, and the only thing it really didn't have that would have been useful is this Omni Chat. So this thing just started working this week. So now we don't. Before we had to go to the channels, pop out the chats, and then we could see, what chat is coming from where. But it looks like it's working in Riverside quite nicely tonight.
Yeah.
That is sweet.
Groovy.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, we have a number of things, as we talked briefly before we got started, that requires a gaze from the geezers. It's information. That's because that's what all reality is. It's all information in some way, shape, or form, and it's all in some kind of metric that is basically the measurements of some way and shape or form we've put around whatever that thing is, so we know how to measure it, what it is. Is it a unit? Is it alive? Is it what natural? Is it man-made? Is it whatever? The delineations. But damn, if they're just not cranking up the shit show machine, and it's almost like they're taking, great big piles of manure and throwing it through a wood chipper, and so you got the chute out the other end, and they're just randomly spraying that shit everywhere. So we have a bunch of shitty metrics that are purposely, put out there, and it's interesting to see how some of this shit goes. So before we get into, in fact, I need to do the poll. So I will ask you guys about a couple of news items, and you can kind of chat around, and I'll get the poll up for the rest of the segments. So, you guys know what the marshmallow theory is?
Squishy situation, though.
Nope.
I did that in under 3.4 seconds.
And it might
Is this something like something out of Ghostbusters?
All right.
it might get roasted.
Little steak puff.
So the marshmallow theory it's a well-known and apparently the most dominant theory in psychology and psychoanalysis and so forth. And it's basically that they said the test is you take one marshmallow and you put it in a room and you put 2 kids in there. And basically toddlers, young kids. And you tell them, whatever you do not touch that marshmallow. Well, the test showed that the majority of at least 50% of the time, there was always one kid that took the marshmallow. And from that study, they derived and conceived the idea that, well, then that was an indication of a troubled childhood ahead. The one who took the marshmallow, the one who didn't take the marshmallow, was considered to be the more normal and the more expected of what you would see. So, based on that, they did the whole thing with that output, and they said, well, if somebody takes a risk and does that and they're a toddler, what does that indicate? Well, one
Selfish
thing
little bastard.
Yes, yeah, a hungry little kid that ain't getting enough of his shit.
I've seen the video of that test. They did it somewhere on TV. And they're like, and if you don't touch it, you get 2 more instead, So it's like testing them. Some of them are like, I want it now, like Veruca Salt and Willy Wonka. But yeah.
Well, the whole idea is that the indication of if the one kid took it, then that kid's going to be trouble up ahead.
It's a little
So then
bastard.
somebody said, well, because it ties into this whole ADHD thing. There's a whole other study about ADHD and the scrambledness of, not having enough attention, which kind of ties back into this. But let me finish the marshmallow theory first. So what they're saying is, ones that take it, keep an eye on those guys. They're going to cause trouble.
Start a file.
I was just
Right?
reading
Start
it.
a file.
I was just reading. It says
Call-
the studies found that children who were able to resist the marshmallow were more likely to have higher SAT scores and fewer behavioral problems.
Yeah, they got their shit in line.
Yeah, so how about that, right? So then somebody said, well, what if you gave, what if that was either Trump or Elon in a study like that as children? And do you have any doubt that both of those would be one of the kids who took the marshmallow? Yes. Because why? Because they are risk takers. And you don't get people getting things done who are not aggressive and go after shit. So that what they're realizing is they got the study wrong. The people that go after it are the ones you want to watch on and you want to nurture and see what they do because they're the risk takers. Totally different perspective than they have had for a while. So that's one. So now tying it to the ADHD, they're saying that there's now this new study says that ADHD is a phenomic. It's something that happens within your genes, and they looked at it a little further and they said, well, yeah, but there's some other indications going on here. If you look at people who have this attention problem and they're all fluttering about and trying to do this, that, and too many things at once and then confused by it, it's because they have an aggressive or a proactive nature. They're always scanning stuff. Most likely, they would have made excellent hunter-gatherers back in the day because they're the ones that are always paying attention. And that the ADHD problem that we're seeing is the suppression of that natural ability, that innate, what even genetic component of that's how their nature is. So now people are going, well, wait a minute, maybe it is we're caging up too many of these people for the wrong reasons. Maybe we're looking at them from an old lens that has it's out of focus and it's dirty. You need to clean that shit off. So I think we're going to keep seeing more and more of that kind of shit. Next news item I wanted to kind of talk about is the climate change data crisis. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but all the folks that are clamoring on about global warming and
you're talking about
all
summer?
this shit. Go ahead.
Real quick, Wu had a question in chat. Indica or sativa? I would choose sativa.
Sativa.
Yeah,
Sativa.
definitely sativa, my friend.
Yeah, we need to get
You
that.
get more shit done.
That's right.
You can be a functioning stoner.
Yeah, indeed.
I have been a functioning stoner for over 54 years. I am a connoisseur, an aficionado, and dare say it, yes, I'm a snob. I am a fucking snob when it comes to my bud. When you've traveled and consumed a lot of stuff, you find stuff that is better than, it becomes like kind of the best of the best stuff of the best stuff to have. And you go, whoa, wait a minute, that's really good. It's like I can't do wine. The sulfites and my biology don't get along. But when I was in Tokyo and I had plum wine for the first time, oh my God, it was a nectar of the gods. I could have drank an entire carafe or whatever they call them over there. It was amazing, but I digress. Climate change. So all the shit's going down about these climate models, and everybody's going, well, you really don't have any real track record on these models. And you keep changing them, and the variability as it goes out just keeps getting wider, and just because there's too many variables. Having any sense whatsoever that we think we can measure all of the variables and then come to some kind of hypothetical conclusion of what we think, how that works, is fucking stupid. It's stupid mainly because a lot of people are going to follow the science like, well, I love the scientific method. It's the scientists, and every time I go look at these studies, I keep looking for the science and I keep finding the money. And I'm going, I think there's just a little too much crap and chaos and corruption in the system. And that's what's going on with this climate data bullshit. So the latest things are, which is kind of cool, there's a new book out. I haven't got the author's name here, but he just came out and he went through the whole IPCC and all the climate narrative and everything. And the one thing that he found consistent in analyzing all the data is that none of the models have ever been right. In fact, no, they're not only not right, they've never been right. but they didn't predict the supposed hottest years that we've had. I think we've had at least 2 of them in the last 3 or 4. It's the hottest year on record. Well, okay, what happened? Why didn't your little model that's supposed to predict 100 years out, why didn't you catch the short term? What'd you miss there? Is that model got maybe some calibration or some fixing that needs to be done to it? So we've got that. And then this whole CO2 thing, everybody, they finally have enough data collaborated by too many sources that the CO2 during the spamdemic had dropped significantly, but the temperatures didn't.
Real quick, Wu had something else to say about your weed snobbishness. He said maybe you should change your name to Professor Bogart the Nexus.
Oh, nice. I like that one.
Well, everybody's yelling global warming or climate change. There has never been a century or a decade where the climate hasn't changed. It changes automatically 4 times a year, unless you live in Hawaii or on the equator.
California or something.
But someone posted a God-fearing post in Europe. Said, "My God, look how hot it is!" And they had all the dates, and it's all red and everything else. But they go back 5 years ago on the same date and pretty much the same temperature. Everything was, well, it's a warm day. Everything is normal. What gives? A temperature of 12 degrees Celsius 10 years ago now is, oh my God, we hit this temperature. Maybe it's 20 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius or whatever. And someone needs to be pissing and moaning about something, and the world of the crazies have decided, well, it's going to be climate. Well, first of all, in the 70s, we're heading for the next ice age, and then it was the silent spring, and then it was acid rain. I mean, it keeps going on and on. Anybody talking about climate change, they have their head up their ass. They can't see. They can't see. It's normal. So what? It's 100 degrees, 103 degrees here in Tucson. Well, I live in a fucking desert. What do you expect? Yeah. Or my God, it's cold. Yeah, I live in Minnesota and it's January. Yeah, it's going to be cold, and it may break a record. And the thing they don't take into consideration is the urban heat island, where they've been taking the same temperatures, say, for 100 years, which used to be out in the middle of nowhere, like Tucson Airport, and that's our official location. And now it's all encroached. And and over the last 100 years, Tucson has gone from a sleepy burg to a sleepy small town or city.
But the point you're making, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, it's just, okay, what's going on is what always goes on. And are there extremes? Yes. And the thing that the focusing on the one extreme while ignoring all of the indications of showing we're about to end into a different swing. If you don't take that in consideration, you're not considering all the data. Ergo, your scientific method and the data that's gone into whatever formulas you've created to get the answer you want is flawed. Because at a minimum, you don't have enough data, or at a minimum, your data that you have is questionable, needs to be re-vetted. And at a maximum, you don't have all the shit that you need to make those kind of prognostications. It's clear. If you're going to ignore clear patterns and additional data from different telemetry, it used to be just, how accurate do any of you think? Doc, and I know, you've been down this path. You've had to deal with thermometers. How do you?
It's very traumatic. I don't want to talk about that.
How accurate and how much of the temperature record do you think is accurate from 100 years ago?
One word. It's
Zero.
fucking silly. It's just silly. All of it. I mean, it's like he said, every freaking quarter of the year, it happens. But everybody that's like just sprung a new sprung chicken, like, oh, I'm learning stuff. I'm a new person to this planet. I'm gonna just hype it all up. Oh my God. Remember the Farmer's Almanac? You didn't have to worry about this shit. You knew what it was gonna be. Plan that shit. Like boom, 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 boom. Sorry.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Was
What
I
do
too
you think
emotional?
happened?
I apologize.
Well, no, yeah, I think you're totally. I mean, that's totally valid, and I share that with you. We might get into a little scream fest together here, but
I was just
how? Why do
trying
you
to go
Yeah, it was
George
cleaner
Carlin
today than it was
style, you
100
know?
years
What?
ago, guys.
Why do you think that it's changed from that?
Well, you said it earlier. Money. It all comes to money. You can control the weather with money. You can control what people think or remember with money. Sorry, that was another character. Let me get back to me.
You were channeling your
when,
inner
when I
shit.
get all high strung, I'm like, oh God, like I'm trying to squeeze one. No, anyway, I'm just. There's so much more stuff that people could talk about. Look, if the shit's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Okay, it just let's live. Remember when people used to go to the park, lay out their blankets and have picnics and stuff? No cell phones.
And play in the mud.
The kids would run in the mud and play in the fountains and stuff. Now it's all this. We are the fucking zombies. And because of that, the mass, not us, because we're smart, but it's the majority that just okay, I'll follow what I'm told because I don't want to take the time because I'm too freaking lazy to think for myself because I'd rather do PS5 for 28 hours. I think I just squished something that's important down there. Okay.
If people just took the time out, when they talk about Western Antarctica is melting, I mean, you can Google and ask how many active volcanoes down in Antarctica, and they say there's about 69 or something like that active volcanoes, and right where it's actually melting away, there are something like about 6 or 7 active volcanoes where the ice is melting. But this is strange. It's all happening on the west side of Antarctica, not the other side. It's all happening on the west side. It's breaking away. It's melting. But they don't tell you there's active volcanoes underneath. And now people say, oh, but you know the story between fire and ice ice freezes faster and everything when it gets hot. Yeah, well, that's if you throw hot water onto it, But the reality is, if a volcano can blow half the side of a mountain away, what is it going to do to an ice sheet? I mean, especially when you've got 3 of these volcanoes constantly spewing out magma and exploding. Of course the ice sheet's going to break away. And I tell you now, 100 years ago, the biggest problem then, people were dying of smog. We don't, in big cities now, we're not dying of smog. The air today is cleaner than what it was 100 years ago. Everybody had coal fires. Everybody was burning wood. Come on. I mean, hey, you're right what Doc says. It's all to do with cash. Hey, carbon taxes. But hey, the company's not going to cost the companies because that's only going to go on their product. And of course, we pay for it. We pay the carbon tax. And on top of that, we pay goods and services tax on top of that because our bill is more.
And he's Australian. He knows his shit.
We're getting screwed over. We're getting screwed over double time, and that's what it's all about, And by the way,
control.
Yes, I would take the marshmallow. By the way, because I'm a critical thinker. No one's going to tell me to do anything. If you want to be a sheeple, that's your person. That's your prerogative.
Well, I have to go with you, Mr. B. I also would take the marshmallow. I almost said mushroom. I would take the marshmallow.
You'd take them
Mostly,
both.
This is true. I would, and I was just gonna say probably because I would be stoned and marshmallows.
I would have ripped
good.
off the whole bag.
Well,
everybody.
What was that
everybody's
question again?
Everybody's yelling and
speak up,
screaming
Jim.
about climate change and the effects. Oh, it's melting the glaciers and everything else. In 2007, my wife and I took a cruise out of Vancouver, BC, and we went up through Juneau and Ketchikan, Skagway, and then we went to Glacier Bay, and they handed out a map of Glacier Bay. And it showed in the 1880s, whatever it is, the glaciers were right at the Gulf of the Gulf of Alaska. This is before SUVs. It was, it was partly way through the Industrial Revolution, but it keeps going. I mean, it had like 25-year segments, and it just keeps indexing back. It is the glaciers that are melting. Just all that is the end of the final end of the last ice age. And it's what happened to Robert? He disappeared.
He'll be back.
Yeah, and these idiots can't understand that. I said there was a mile of ice over Chicago 20,000 years ago.
Echo cancellation, Robert. It started when you came back.
Did some cavemen burn too many wood fires and it caused global warming? It is a bunch of crap. It is weather. It is, and then they had I should have kept the chart, but based on core samples and tree rings and everything else, they've been able to look at the high temperatures and the low temperatures over the last 2,000 years or 4,000 years. And some of the greatest events in history happened when the average daytime temperature was about 15 or 20 degrees warmer than it is today. And then we had the Dark Ages, and that's when everybody was burning coal and a bunch of other stuff. And probably a lot had to do with that big orange ball we see sometimes in the sky. And speaking about that big orange ball, it is really pissed at the world right now. And they're saying that the area that is most active, we're coming around to it. And we could get hit with multiple corona mass ejections, not at the level of the Carrington event, we hope. If that happens, then we're all 95% of this country would be dead in 90 days if we got hit with the Carrington
And Major
size
Danes
event.
would be right. The kill shot. You just
Yeah, because nothing will work. Absolutely nothing. The only people who won't know it are the Quakers and the Mennonites and those who don't believe in electricity.
And don't think you can go there when it all goes down, because you will not be welcome.
Yeah.
They're out there for a reason. And if you think, oh, well, they're good people, they'll bring us in.
Yeah.
Anyway, they are good people, though. So.
I think everybody should at least learn, like the basics of at least some prepping, whether that be learning how to build a fire out of what's out there, and just things
what
of
Boy
survival
Scouts
that
are
don't
for,
get
isn't it?
taught anymore. Like, I grew up in the Boy Scouts. I learned to rub sticks together for fire and shit. I can go out into the woods. If all the power was to go out, my family will survive. We will live. We can live without power, electricity, gas, all of that. We'll still survive. Sure, a lot of people out there that would not survive. They wouldn't know what to do without their credit cards and their cell phones.
If you live in a large metropolitan area and the grid goes down, whether it's permanent or short term, those of us who live in the suburbs or live out in God's country, we may not be affected at all. Some of us have our own wells, some of us have their own generation capability.
Generators.
A former SR-71 pilot who ended up going to work for Walmart, and he ended up being he's a retired colonel, and he went out, all his bonuses and everything else he put away for his time when he was going to go off the grid. He bought 1,000 acres outside of Bentonville. There's 3 lakes with very good fishing. He has a solar array. He has everything he needs. He has no cell phone coverage. He has his own well, everything. He is literally 100% off the grid. And if he needs to make a cell phone call or whatever it is, he'll drive 15 miles into town where he has cell phone coverage. And but the rest of the time he's
RS if you had a heart attack.
Well, you could. Well, I was gonna
Well-
say you could get a satellite phone in cases like that. You know.
Hell, now you can get a mobile Starlink.
Yeah, you get a Starlink. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, when I lived on South Whidbey Island, I had a 12 kW generator and 500 gallons of propane in my own well. So, but it didn't. What's he doing? Is his head falling
Fixing
down?
his camera angle.
Oh, yeah,
He's got the Kilroy going on now.
yeah.
It's like Ziggy. It's I got an AI camera with an attitude.
Yeah.
Come on down.
What's her name? What do you call her?
Man, rarely do I get stumped. I usually can not run. Just I don't know what's up. I can't.
Calls it,
There you go.
son of a bitch, get back to where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So, G, you've been awful quiet over there. What's your thoughts on where would you take the marshmallow?
I probably would not take the marshmallow till I saw
Aha,
everybody
I
else
knew it.
trying to grab them, and then I would take whatever they took.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't take it because I was brought up to be polite.
I mean, I'd be polite. I wouldn't if they said not to. Then I
Bullshit.
wouldn't do
Come
it till I saw everybody else doing it, and then it's like, okay, game on. I'm taking what you have and what's left.
No, I would wait until they left and set the bag down
Get your
somewhere and
full
just take the
stop
rest.
Pinocchio. Come on.
Well, I was on the fence about you, G. I thought, maybe you'd take it, maybe you wouldn't. And I thought, he's gonna err on, I'll get mine later, because you look like that kind of guy. You're like, I'm not gonna get caught in this trap, end up on somebody's spreadsheet in a statistical model somewhere. Yeah, I want to contribute to that. Doc, what are you gonna say? I saw it come out.
I was getting a little excited that I'm going to get to be in a statistic book. Because, I haven't had any press in a while, so anything's a good thing.
Anytime you get your numbers finagled, or flipped, and what's that word? Finagled with?
Finagled.
Finagled. Yes, thank you. I knew it was
With an
something.
owl.
Yeah, that's so I think that, basically this sounds like a getaway car just went by the house. All righty then. I think we all agree that, these studies, and the point I'm making in these particular articles is that none of the data is real. You can't trust any of the shit that's been marked down, put on plaques and molded out of. None of it's real. All the information and the data that's been used to delineate it is all full of shit. It's been mangled and manipulated and turned into just a pile of bullshit that they've been selling us. They're telling us and selling us that what we're told is what we're sold, and it's like, no, your track record, folks, has just gone in the shitter. All you had to do was be conscious. All you had to do was be conscious and be semi-aware and paying attention for the last few years, and 5 has been plenty, to know that this shit's all a bunch of hooey. Right?
It's just a dream.
Sarah,
No end to it. There's no end to this bullshit.
there's a bunch of different things you want to look for if you're getting a generator. One is what all are you going to want to power? So you're going to need to determine what size and how powerful you're going to need one. Do you want one that you can be able to, do you want an electric generator that you can charge solar? Or do you want a gas generator? So there's so many different options to what you might want for a generator and what you want to power. I mean, are you on
And it
your
depends
own
where you live,
property?
too.
Are you out, out away from people? You may need something a little bit bigger, something a little more, beefy, so lots of different stuff to consider when you're looking for a generator.
There's also like red and green, depending on your taste. And of course, for all preppers, you can use black, which goes with everything at your
And they
bunker.
look really pretty.
I had my eye on a camo model. It was,
Oh, really?
sweet,
I need to
yeah.
get one. And he's making a good point. There is
Two lumps?
it's because electric's good. The solar fucking AI. It's probably following ghosts and shit. So yeah, he makes a good point. I think if you're in an area or location, or if you've stockpiled on fuel, the gas generator is the way to go. It's loud. You have to think of that. You don't put it inside your house because the fumes will just kill you. You want to make sure it's outside, maybe a distance from the house in case there's a fire. Now, the solar power ones are great because they're done by the sun. But let's say fucking Lucifer comes down, decides we're going to make it medieval ages for about the next 1,000 years, and it's just dark, no sun. Okay, you're kind of screwed. I would use a fan as a backup, but I don't think that's going to really work for a generator unless you got a big one. But the electrics are good if you know you're going to have sunlight, because it has all the different type of adapters on the new ones. It has the USB, so you can charge a phone, even though that may not be able to. You can still charge it and keep your photos. Because that's going to be a huge issue that people don't think about. When that goes out and that battery dies and you can't charge it up, think if you're a parent or something, you're separated, you don't have that photo in your wallet. Everything's dependent on this phone, including phone numbers. So, along with all this prep, get the numbers and put them on a piece of paper, fold them up, put them in your wallet, your purse. That's something with you at all times. But like he's saying, depending on how much you're going to power off of that generator is a big thing. And they're not cheap. That's why I haven't had one yet, because the cheapest is still not cheap for me. But there's a lot of good ones out there. Yeah, sorry, I was just.
And
giving you props.
I follow quite a few like different campers and preppers and whatnot, and they make stuff as simple as like you'll get these guys that'll go out in the woods for a week at a time and they'll film, and they need a way to charge their batteries for their GoPros and stuff. Some use solar panels, but I've seen others
They'll make their
where
own little thing. They got a bottles or something.
they got a rope and there's a river right there. They throw this little turbine in the water, and the turbine spins and it powers up their cell phones and their whatever, or their batteries.
Yep.
And, I thought that was a pretty neat little trick.
That was it came out a couple years ago. It's a really cool little toy, or not toy, but power generator. The other thing is how people will take, and this is if you're in your bug out location, right? You have a wheel from a steering, or not steering wheel, but a bicycle, and you get a bunch of these, and you fill them up about 3/4, and you give it a spin, and it just goes because the water keeps. And then that'll give you electricity if you're underground and you're in the dark. That's a great way to have, I guess, natural energy.
Yeah, the perpetual
Without the
motion. Yeah,
separate- I mean, you have to give it a spin. I'm probably sure like every week or something, I don't know. I haven't built one yet, and
I've seen 'em.
there's lots of good ideas.
I've seen a few videos where they were in like third world countries and they used them to pump wells.
Right.
And the guy just grabs this wheel full of water bottles and spins it, and there it went. It just kept going by itself. I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Professor.
Well, there's
Your
been
show.
some breakthroughs in the energy front as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's been there's some new metamaterials that they've taken and applied in geometric forms that just creates water from the air around it.
Oh yeah, it sucks the water out of the air and can make like a gallon or the military used them. That came from the Jerusalem military or the Israeli military, but they were working out in the desert sands. They figured a way to do that. They have them like $500-$600. You can buy them for your kitchen, and you just have unlimited water as long as you got air.
The same
And
thing
you
I
like
think is
Giant teepees. They built some down in Africa, didn't they? They look like sticks coming up. And the way it's all done, it's marvelous.
People can be not intuitive. What's the word? Intuitive. Not intuitive.
Ingenious.
Has a just sound in there.
Ingenious
No,
and have ingenuity.
that's the word.
That's
Ingenuity.
the word. Yes.
I won't wake up at 3 in the morning now. Thank you. Hey, by the way,
Well, if you're on the geezers, you'll be up till 3 in the morning.
There you
anyway.
go. I love it. I love the feet.
Oh, he's in love.
you did that, not me. I was just admiring it with my camera.
Yes, right.
I got one of you
Okay,
too, Mr. B.
You say that, Doc.
Check your messages, Mr. B.
Well, it's clear that we're kind of squirreling around here a little bit, which is good because if we don't chase squirrels, sitting still as a geezer is not a good thing.
We'll just stay on the path. If we don't get off the path, we don't discover.
We don't know what's out there. I mean, you have to go exploring into the bushes. I don't know about you guys, but I learned how to be a professional bush diver a long time ago.
Well,
I'm a bushman.
I'm just feeling lucky if I walk into a room and remember why I'm there.
I'm a specialist in shitology, so I know what's going down.
Somebody finally knows.
Well, I'm talking about down my trouser leg. Anyway.
So,
This is a lot better than The View. Let's just point that out.
yeah, right? I mean, there's not only actual conversation, but the sarcastic and demeaning humor is just unfiltered.
It's called polite hostility.
Exactly. You can go fuck yourself in their face.
We're even one better
Being
than
old
the
is fun.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, excuse me for a moment, I'm just going to go and fuck myself.
Yeah. Off you must fuck. So yeah, and there's one of Clay's works of art, "Stay Off My Lawn," which is a great song that we should probably actually kind of cue up as we get into.
Oh, it's a song? Cool.
Yeah, it's a song that Clay made.
Sweet.
Using all
And-
AI.
And your introduction, man, I'm jealous, dude. I never had anything that cool. I mean, dude, you got a song about, you're not just like stealing some shit from, no, not Netflix. What was it? What was the little
Come
devil?
on, Doc. You've got to go to Suno, mate. Go to Suno.
I haven't met her, so I don't want to be friends online with somebody. There's so many things and so many memberships. I mean, every store you go to, you got your membership card? Fuck no, I think they're trying to make us
I
want
just
to
pay
have
out
the chip.
$1,000 a month on everything else.
Well, shit, I thought I had it here. Clay, it's still on your channel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why in the hell did it not come up here? Hold on. We gotta, since the good doc has not seen this and heard this, and we're gonna talk a little bit about AI
What?
and
He
these
doesn't
expert
watch the
systems
geezers
that are
all the
doing all
time?
their shit.
Oh no, I've done some AI stuff, so I'll be able to keep up.
Right? I know. He's gonna love some of this shit.
I'll put a link.
Oh,
to
I can
Yeah,
share
can
stuff
you do
too?
that, Clay? Because for some reason it's not showing up on my YouTube. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I thought I had it in there. So yeah, just to give you a little up to speed, Doc, the geezers have been geeking on the gear, and we've been going in and grabbing the gauges, and we've been twisting them all about, trying to see what the fuck actually works and what don't. So that
Nothing's
intro,
blown up, so you're good so far.
well, so
At least there hasn't been a missile launched out of Alaska or something.
well, having
That's the wrong button, Stimpy.
well, I mean, part of the reason we've been doing so much shit is because we've been testing out stuff to see what works and what doesn't. So it's like, well, we might as well go live stream, and next thing you know, we're doing regular shows because the stuff seems to work. And so Clay has been dropping all the music and all the graphics. He's did you throw that link in, Clay?
Yeah, it's in the
Okay.
private chat.
Whoop, hold on. Go back to the other chat right in there. So yeah, that's what we've been doing, Doc. We have been
Okay.
going out there and gone, all right, let's see what this AI shit does. Let's see what this particular piece does. Who, what's
Right.
really working and what isn't, right?
Yeah.
And the
Well,
next
what-
thing we
what-
know,
Okay.
we got our own song.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
And we got graphics. And it's like, holy shit. So let me see if I can charade this proper like. Charade. There it be. So this is one of Clay's originals. And tell us a little bit about.
I used ChatGPT. I threw my words in there, told it to write me a song. I took the lyrics to that, went over to Suno AI, and put my lyrics into Suno AI, picked my genre and styles of music. I made the music, and then I took that over to Wondershare Filmora, and I created the video using Filmora. Some of the images, all the images you'll see in here that are stills are all made with an AI art program called Ideogram. So, yeah, AI music, AI lyrics. I did have to put the video together myself, but all of the images are AI as well.
All right, let's see how this. Oh, I gotta do it this way. See what y'all think. Give me a 5 by on the volume if it's good, because it is a rather loud and in-your-face piece. Purposefully.
Woke up this morning, sun's beating down. Kids on the corner, music too fucking loud. Sick and tired of their endless noise. I'm done with the shit and their stupid toys. Patience been nerves free, had enough of that temporary. Stay on my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand? In my kingdom, I'll make the stand. Every evening, they swarm like flies. Laughter and bullshit and petty lies. I just want my fucking peace. Their constant chaos needs to cease. Patience been nerves free, had enough of that temporary. Stay on my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand?
Okay.
In my kingdom, I'll make the stand. You think you're invincible, young and wild, but I've seen it all, every scheme and guile. Respect your elders or face my wrath. Cross my line, you'll feel my aftermath. You think you're invincible, young and wild, but I've seen it all, every scheme and guile. Respect your elders or face my wrath. Cross my line, you'll feel my aftermath. Guitar! Stay off my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand? In my kingdom, I make
that was a lot more than what I was expecting, and wow, very good, very good.
Robert was abducted. Oh shit, he came back.
Yeah, well, you know, when you got buttons to push, you kind of poke around till you find the right button. So you like that, Doc, huh?
I did. I liked that. That was it really hit home,
I thought there was going to be some of that in there.
dude. I want to share that and just say, here's my new theme song, you dumbasses.
Clay, you're
So-
muted.
Oh, I am.
No, Clay was.
I probably have a different song on there you might want to use for a theme song instead of that one. It's a little even more
No,
expressive.
Okay. Let me. I want to bring it, but let me bring this up real quick. How many? I wonder if I should fucking, I might as well. Do you guys remember the movie Falling Down?
Yeah.
Who remembers that? Where it was Kirk Douglas,
Michael.
Michael Douglas. It was one of the Douglas, yeah. And he's just that poor little office worker who got fired, and he's just walking around every day, and he sees how everything is just crap and takes everything into his own hands. And I want to remake that. Just to let some steam off,
Well, what did you think of some of the images that Clay put in there? There's a
I
couple of
love them, and I loved how he was able to keep a consistency with certain types of characters, like the guys with the big face. Different ones, they all had that same kind of look, and because I always had trouble. I was like, well, I'm going to set mine up before you guys even brought it up and show you what I did for Brooks Agnew. Which actually has this won at the Solo Film Festival, and we get the award in October. But I used a couple B-roll shots. It's not 100% AI across the board, but there's a lot of it that I had to put together, and it was last year, so it was still baby, it was still new. Yours, you said you used Suno or something?
Suno for the music.
Dr. Sulu or
Suno for the music, and Ideogram for the art.
images. Okay.
Yeah, for the images.
And that's what you've been using for your thumbnails, right?
Mm-hmm.
Robert?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Clay makes all of them.
But you're using them. That's where I've seen them. I love them. And I want to talk to you after the show about some stuff. I am not Daddy Warbucks that's going to come and go, I got a lot of money, I'm going to give you a job. I just want to talk to you about something. So don't get your hopes up.
Pick them off.
I wish I could. I
Robert.
wish I
We
could.
don't need none of that.
But no, it's something that will benefit you, because I'm trying to do the same thing. But your artwork is, man, I don't know what prompts you're putting in, but it just looks amazing. I'm loving it. My stuff is,
Well,
I have secrets.
He's not only
like-
got secrets. I mean, he's got a whole fucking catalog.
Right.
In fact, just because, and I think you'll find this equally compelling, perhaps. We did so Clay, while I'm digging this up, tell him how you made the prompt for the geezer tune for our song.
Oh, well, prompts for when so I've made a bunch of different songs for people at their channels, their intros or whatnot, or just people that was like, oh, I want a song. So I go over to ChatGPT. Any chat engine will work. I've been using Claude lately, but ChatGPT, I would put in, write a song about, and then I would go over and copy their about section on their YouTube channel. Maybe go to their Facebook, read their about section. We did this to Heidi Pop. I just basically went to her about section and copied it, pasted it, and told it to write a song about this. Tell it what style of music I wanted in, and then ChatGPT gives me the lyrics for it. Then I can take them lyrics, go over to Suno, put my lyrics in there, add, guitar solos, add the style of music I want,
fuck is going
add
on
the
here?
breaks where I want.
I hit a button by accident. Sorry, Robert.
Oh, you're good. Let's see. Where
I
are
was
you?
going to share a video while, and I hit the button when I turned on my keyboard. So, I was like, that's what's
do
sitting there
the-
going, how do I turn it off? But
So
you can watch it or whatever.
this is your video.
Well, I was trying to look for the private chat so I could just send you the link and you could do it from your end. But
Well, that's cool. So, this is the video here. This is the one on the Birth Series. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was done a year ago, and this is how let's just show it so it shows how it's improved, like with clay stuff. I really want to talk to him after the show because, boy, I got some stuff that'll help make him some money.
All right, excellent. Well, so do the full screen at the bottom of the player there, lower
There we
right
go.
corner.
Well, boom.
Okay, and take the volume before you do play. Bring it down right about there.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll let you know if we can need to bring it up, but that's usually what works.
All
So
right.
yeah, go ahead. I'm not hearing any audio.
Of course. What do I have to do on my end? It never.
So down on your where it has the little mic icon,
Yeah.
that's where your output should be as well as your mic. But you
Okay,
should have a
so-
selection if you've got more than one or two.
Uh-huh. I see what you're saying.
Or I can play it.
Yeah, here. I was trying to send you the link, but I couldn't find the private chat.
So up at the top, there's a little arrow to the left under the chat live stream.
Uh-huh.
You click that, and then you go to studio chat underneath.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want to book a demo with you. Why is it making me book a demo with you?
With me?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. All right, we'll just do it this way. There's 8 people. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. And shabam, shaboozle. I just sent that. Oh, I sent that
There
to
it
Clay?
is.
Oh,
Nope.
there you go.
Clay's in there too, so I got it. Let me see what happens here.
We'll shut that down.
What's this one? There's that one. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Take this, put this in there. Hit that key and kaboom. All right, let me share it.
Are you hearing noise? Explosion?
Yeah, it was on my end because I've got it loaded. So you need to stop your share.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Close that out and stop sharing.
All
Shabam.
down the way down. There you go.
Too much
okay?
stuff going on. Oh my gosh.
Dude, it's okay. We're all friends here.
I have to take a safety meeting. I'll be right back. Are you okay there, Jimbo?
Okay, give me a 5 by if you can hear it. You see it all right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let me turn this off.
Planet Earth is a living thing. It has a symbiotic relationship with the human race living here. When the more part of humankind is wicked, Earth has an allergic reaction. Hurricanes, quakes, volcanoes, floods, and ice ages scatter and destroy mankind, and they begin again. When humans are good and kind, Earth releases its bounty to them, and they prosper and grow. But in the last 400 years, man grew too fast. They learned to sail and fly. They discovered vast riches of energy buried in the ground and reached far out to the other planets. Earth could not keep up with humans, and now there are 8 billion souls alive at one time on the surface. Although this consciousness signal is more powerful than anything before felt, about half the race is wicked, and half is good and kind. Earth cannot decide whether to destroy mankind or release its bounty to them. only now, at the end of the age, it has decided to split back into its original forms. The spirit earth and the temporal earth are separating. The cataclysms have begun. The higher frequency matter is dividing from the lower frequency matter. This includes humans as the grand division begins. But humans are not the only sentient beings on Earth. An ancient power teaches men of war and power and knows the old Earth will one day return home across the Milky Way galaxy. The American election season has begun, but something goes wrong. The two groomed candidates end up in a fistfight on national television, and a candidate only known on the internet wins as a write-in nominee. Miraculously, elected President Riker calls together an unlikely team of ordinary people to save the world. And the war is about to start between the worlds as the two planets begin phasing apart. Racing against time and a world full of enemies, the team discovers the truth about Earth. Now, they must tell everyone. The forces of darkness mean to stop them by any means necessary. Love can save the world. Hatred can destroy it. But souls are older than worlds, and life is a rare and delicate thing for a soul. Can a race car driver fly a jet? Can a traffic reporter save the human race? Can a nuclear activist give birth to a new world? What is the purpose of life? Death. Birth. A true story of Earth.
And cut. All right, so
That's cool. I like
no,
that.
what, I now I know it was, there's some promotion there for Brooks Agnew's book series Birth. Go get it. It's awesome. It's on Amazon. It's top seller, whatever. It's amazing. We're gonna make it into a possibly a TV show or a movie. But what I wanted to point out is your stuff was a lot better than that. Now there's some things that it was kind of hard. Like there was probably a couple people in there that you probably didn't realize were AI, but then there was some there was deformities and stuff. That was a year ago. So what you're doing now, and you can create a song. I mean, what a fucking Friday night. You just take some, go visit Papa Smurf, type in some cool prompts, and you can just do magic. I mean, people in Hollywood are concerned about this because it's going to take away a lot of their jobs because everything's going to be in-house, one person. You can do it all because of AI. Even schedule your production and marketing meetings and everything, and have it be your secretary. But Clay, your stuff is beautiful. You do an amazing job in how you get the images to coincide. They're just not crazy random shit. You really can tell a story with this music video and the songs, the lyrics. I love it. If you got something better, fucking bring it. I just had to say that because I'm sick. Just these old guys behind you. I really want to steal. What's the thing on your Facebook page at the top? That picture, your banner. I'd love to have one of those for the banner. So now let me ask you: Can you take people's images and create models? with
There
this
is
program?
software out there that does do that.
Yeah, I have software, but you have to give like 20, 40 pictures of yourself, and then you just it creates a prompt for you, and then you get that for each actor, and then that was what the what do you call it, the picketing and all that was all about. What the hell is it called? strike. And it was because the studios went to them and said, hey, we got this great idea. We want to pay you for one full day. And we're going to put you in this dome of cameras, take a lot of pictures of you. And then we're going to use these in movies and TV and film, however we like. And you won't get a dime because you got paid for your day of work. It's now our property. And so it's some scary stuff. At the same time, it's so cool. It's like the devil in disguise, but everybody wants it, even though they don't know it's bad.
Well, now they have software. They have AI video software now too.
Mhm.
So, and I haven't.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
I haven't messed with that. I use my own, images and stuff, and then just use text and transitions to make them move and whatnot. But yeah, and the reason why I don't use AI video is because I want to choose my own graphics. I want to tell the story the way I want to. I don't want them to tell me.
That InVideo is a pretty good program, which I've been making my own documentaries. But it does gives you the opportunity to get into it and edit either your text, or you can your script, I should say, or you can edit some photos, images. You can take them out and put your own in. So, which is excellent. That InVideo is brilliant. And you're right what you say, Doc, about one thing. It's going to put a lot of people, especially people in the video industry, out of work, because it's starting now.
Unless you know how to use it. If you're on top of that, you'll keep your job.
It's so simple.
Well, and
You'll be a key skeleton crew kind of guy or girl, and everybody else will be adios. Go serve coffee somewhere else.
I've been telling people for a year. For a year that you need to hop on this train and start learning this software and start using it, because it's really going to go big. Fortunately for me, now I was a beta tester in this music software well over a year ago. I was beta testing this well over a year ago, before it even came close to coming to market. And the differences that it made from a year ago to now is day and night. I mean, if you look at some of the earlier music videos on my channel, the music is made with AI, but there's no actual words in it. It's all vowels, basically. It's all oohs, ahs, e's.
And everybody's jumping on board now.
There's no words, but now you can actually put your own words in there. And now they have AI where you can split it into stems. You can remove vocals. You can add your own vocals. You can throw it into your digital audio workstation, add all your effects to it. So there's a lot of different stuff.
And you own a copyright to it.
And according to Suno, if you're a subscription holder, you own all the copyrights to the music you make. Now, is that going to change with all of this, all of the legislature and stuff that's being pushed for copyright infringement by Sony and Warner Brothers? Is that going to affect it? It may. Just because Suno says you own the music, if the courts decide that all of this music is copyrighted, well, then you just have a whole bunch of copyrighted music. It's not yours. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to affect copyrights, but.
Well, that's why, like, if you get something like I have Artlist.io,
I love it.
I have the full doohickey thing.
Yeah. I love
but I can. Now they have this new, which sold me, because they do everything else Storyblocks and Adobe can do. Which, by the way, I was paying $150 a month for 10 years for Adobe for all this stuff, right? And then I switch over to Blackmagic, and DaVinci Resolve, and I paid $230 one time, and I get all the updates and everything. It has more than Adobe. And so I'm having a lot of fun with that and all this new AI technology. So, for example, let's do this real quick. I don't know if you guys can hear this. I have to share. Yeah, I probably have to share it. But I have the site where you can type in whatever, and you pick. Did you guys hear that?
No.
No. Okay. It'll pick different women and boys and little girls and people from around the world, angry people, excited people, inspirational people, and they will say whatever you want, just like what we saw in your intro. And it's amazing, but it's scary at the same time because what they can do with it can happen to you. And that's the scary part.
And Elon is actually kind of leading the charge with that, with this new Grok 2 that he just released. I mean, the images, now I haven't played with it yet, but the images that are coming off of there are eerily very real looking. You're muted.
You're on
Professor.
mute, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's,
I believe in you.
Sometimes I wonder if you
You.
guys has
Silly you.
subconsciously
Silly you.
programmed me to shut my mic off randomly. I think you guys got some voodoo doll thing going on over there, you know. So I'm on to y'all.
It's all about the Jedi.
Hey, Doc, did you kick the Dr. Pepper habit?
I sure as hell did. From 240 something pounds, I am now 189.
Wow.
So
Not a bikini weight yet, but it's nice. It's called starving.
yeah,
And
it works.
next week, I'm actually breaking into my Armageddon food supply. And because you can't get 6 things or more at Wally World without it being over $100. Same with all the
Yeah,
other
for
stores.
real.
So this will probably be my last show because I'm going to go into Hobbiton Land and I'm going to just eat black bean hamburgers and freeze-dried this and that and beg and hope to God Jim comes up to the mountain and take me to dinner.
Oh. Hey, well, speaking about coming up
Well-
in the mountain,
I got the house back, so you're good.
yeah, when are you going to need me for the filming?
Oh, yeah. Okay, well,
About
as I've learned, flies. This is going on year 7, but when a big, huge studio with 2 letters is interested, and then at the very last second, like, we're gonna wait up, maybe up to 2 years. It could be tomorrow night, because we want the sport to be more popular. I'm sitting there going, if I was in that meeting, I'd be like, dude, the movie will make the sport more popular. You made a book about a kid with a stick with magic, and Harry Potter was born. So in the Matrix. I'm giving way too much away. I should shut up.
So yeah.
So I'm
we're
on
gonna-
hold
we're gonna-
right now.
We're gonna.
So we're gonna make a
I know
movie.
You've been doing a little bit of oversharing, and that's okay because that's part of the SOP going on here.
I haven't been on in a
and
long
I
time.
we were talking a minute ago before Doc got into that just blatantly, unbelievably, overly extreme self-promotion, which is
Get used to it, Doc. He is sarcastic at times.
which is expected around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's expected around here because that's how we share the love.
I just
You
can't
need
afford to put it at the.
overdub for all
I can't
this.
afford to put it at the bottom of the screen.
Don't worry, Doc. They usually
So-
pick on me, mate. Don't you worry. He usually
You know,
picks on me.
we're
Oh,
saving
you're
you for
loving
last.
this, Mr. B.
Yeah, we're saving you for last. So, Doc, you were talking with Clay about the tools, and
Yes.
you're talking about how the differences between what you did and what
A
he's
year
doing.
ago. Yeah.
So, and then B brought up the program in video AI that I unfortunately turned him onto last year, and the Beast was released, and all of a sudden documentaries and stuff. But this is what I was trying to use it for. I did this back at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
And I want to do kind of a news segment kind of thing. And I wrote the prompt in the program to do this. I did
Subliminal
the voiceovers.
self-promotion.
I did, yeah, exactly. Comes around, goes around. So I did the voiceover, redid the script and all that. But this is what that AI video program did.
All right.
If I click the right fucking button here. There we go. All right.
Alternative health trends for 2024.
Get a 5 by on the.
In the bustling sphere of health
Yep.
and wellness,
Yeah,
the
you're
Western allopathic systems have long been the go-to solution. Born out of scientific discovery and technological advancements, they've taken a stronghold in our healthcare model. However, this dominance has not come without its drawbacks. An over-reliance on medication, a tendency for invasive procedures, and a lack of focus on prevention and holistic well-being have become characteristic of these systems. Rather than fostering health, we find ourselves in a cycle of treating symptoms, often overlooking the root causes of our ailments. This approach has led to a surge in chronic health issues, dissatisfaction among patients, and an overall decrease in the quality of life. The cost, both financially and physically, is high. This system, while effective in some cases, has shown to have numerous downsides, leading to a quest for alternative, more natural, and holistic health solutions. Enter the resurgence of health trends that are rooted in ancient wisdom and modern technology. From the resonating hum of sound therapies to the luminous glow of light technologies, we're seeing a revival of healing modalities that tap into the body's own healing mechanisms. Psychedelics such as psilocybin mushrooms are making waves, not just in the realm of mental health, but in personal growth and self-discovery too. Let's not forget the vibration and energy techniques like Qigong, a cornerstone of traditional Chinese medicine, along with acupuncture, massage, Tai Chi, and yoga. Ayurvedic therapies, with their focus on balance and wellness, are gaining popularity as well. Then there's the green wave of cannabis, hemp oils, creams, and CBD products, embraced for the therapeutic benefits. Energy therapies like Rife and Orgone treatments are also on the rise, harnessing the power of frequencies and life force energies. These health trends offer a refreshing contrast, focusing on healing the body naturally and holistically. The paradigm of health and wellness is shifting, and these upcoming trends are leading the charge. Imagine a world where technology and ancient wisdom blend seamlessly to promote health and well-being. This isn't a fantasy, but a tangible future we're stepping into thanks to these emerging trends. Sound technologies, light therapies, vibration and energy techniques like Qigong, and even psychedelics like psilocybin mushrooms are taking center stage. They're not just alternatives, but are becoming mainstream, focusing on prevention and holistic health rather than just treating symptoms. The beauty of these trends lies in their ability to tap into the body's natural healing abilities, offering a more personalized approach to health and wellness. Moreover, the resurgence of traditional therapies like Ayurvedic and Chinese medicine is truly remarkable. These time-tested therapies, along with practices like meditation, Tai Chi, and yoga, are proving that health is more than just the absence of disease. It's a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. They offer a holistic perspective, addressing the root cause of health issues and not merely the symptoms. As we move away from the current Western allopathic systems, these trends are likely to become the new norm. They promise a future where healthcare is not just about treating illness, but about nurturing wellness. It's an approach that empowers individuals, encourages self-care, and promotes a deeper understanding of one's own body. The growth and acceptance of these trends is a testament to their effectiveness. It's no longer surprising to see cannabis, hemp oils, creams, and CBD being incorporated into health routines. These natural remedies, backed by scientific research, are helping manage chronic conditions, reduce inflammation, and improve mental health. Energy therapies like Rife and Orgone treatments are also making waves. These non-invasive techniques work on the principle of bioenergetics, restoring balance and promoting self-healing within the body. Such therapies are not just about physical health, but also about emotional and spiritual well-being. The future of health and wellness looks promising, with these emerging trends paving the way for a more natural, holistic, and patient-centered approach to healthcare.
Good.
I didn't do a bad job at putting a video together for that.
Good.
Well,
All I can say is
Brilliant.
you could go to WHO, the World Health Organization, and convince them this is all good, bro. Let's just do this. Stop fucking around with all this red tape. The way you put every word in there, Robert, I think you took like the highlight of every new age book out there. Just, I mean, it's like you dumped that whole society of people and that the science and everything. You worded that because I'm sitting there, I'm thinking I'm a voiceover guy, and a lot of those words, I'll be like, and you just, now I do notice where you made cuts, and you may want to run it through a compressor, keep it at negative 3 dB, so it doesn't pop. But dude, the information in that, good job, and all those big words, fucking like butter.
Thank you. Thank you very
The
much.
golden tonsil man himself.
The,
mate.
the,
He's
the
golden
video,
tonsil.
the video was amazing. Well, was that all AI, Clay?
I
No,
didn't do that.
that was me. I did that.
Oh, it was all you. Sorry.
Yeah, it was all me.
Was that just a voice sample
so
that
I
turned
used-
it AI, or did you actually read the script?
No, I used InVideo to do the script and the placement of the story blocks and whatever I was able to draw from for the imagery.
Okay, stock footage. Then, yeah,
Yeah, stock footage.
right.
They didn't clone your voice.
And then I took the script and I edited it, and it needs more editing. There's way too much in there. I can dial it back a lot, but I did a quick script, and then I voiced the script, and then I wrote the soundtrack, and then I put all those together in the video using Premiere Pro. And those were the first ones I did. Now, I wasn't using Riverside back then, which has turned out to be a really awesome a video editor in a lot of ways. And the thing, again, about this AI stuff, this Riverside platform we're using to do the stream tonight has got a whole bunch of, and it's not AI. People have to stop using that, but I know they can't. There's nothing artificial about it. There's nothing intelligent about it. It's an expert system that's designed and optimized to do a specific task as efficiently as possible based on the data that it can find. That's all it is. That's what Alexa is. That's what Siri is. That's what Google is, who just got their tallywhacker smacked, which is a good thing. I hope it continues, and they get separated. I think that there's too much pervasiveness through that organization.
I found the new catchword.
And it's clearly got its own issues. But I digress.
The new phrase that's coming. A lot of people probably haven't heard of it yet, but it's coming, and that is AGI.
Mhm.
That's artificial generative
intelligence.
That's the same thing.
And that's
well,
coming.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But the point is that if a tool has been optimized to do a specific task with as much efficiency as possible, that's basically what AI is. And that's why it does the things that it does. But it's also wrong at least 50% of the time. Whatever you're doing, you've got to go through and regen it several times, which is like, I'm sure that is going to improve. But it's still nothing more than an expert system that does music, one that does video, one that does images, one that does whatever animation. That's all they are, is new digital software tools that can take advantage of faster processing and more data storage, and they're coming up with stuff.
And somebody's in a back
Unlike
room
the
somewhere
thing about
still
this
writing the
one
codes
that I
for it.
just did was I didn't have to do any of the image work that you and Clay did. All of it was in there was stock footage, and I did the transitions and put in the titles and all of that. So that's just another level of it. And just to kind of wrap up this kind of topic on this AI creation thing, because I think that there's plenty more to go over.
I could go all day.
I know. Clay and I are going to do
I got
that.
some things like a bitch about it.
But
Oh, it's fun.
as
Doing AI
another
is fun.
example of the real timiness of using these expert systems in the sense of writing the lyrics and the music and then kicking out a decent MP3, but we did one online during a show. And I want to share that with you because it was kind of like, are you kidding me? That happened that easily? Hold on here. Let me get the right. There we go. And where she be? There it is. Shawray. Got it on the screen there, gents?
Yep.
All right. So this was written during a live show. Clay, G, were you there? I think you were there. He's off doing something.
No, I was there.
Oh, you were there. Yeah. Okay. And we asked some people in the chat. We were going over. There was a show on AI and creativity and all that. And we said, all right, well, let's do one online. So Clay loaded up Suno. We got some input from the chat. We put it in and said, go generate something. And this is what it came up with. Hold on a second. Where'd you go? Am I sharing? Yeah, I am sharing. All right. Hit the right one. Wrong one. Where'd you go? Stand by. Let me try it again here. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. Where the fuck did it go? Hold on.
Yeah.
This is what happened when
No.
you're hanging out with geezers.
Answer your question, Jimmy. I
There
would
it is.
love to film the movie in the fall, this fall, because the weather would be perfect. But I've got to finish writing it. I'm about 37 pages in. It was supposed to be a short film, so. But
All right, so-
I got you in there. Anyway, you told me to talk amongst ourselves. I was telling you.
Well, it's time to not do that. All right, so this is a piece that was done real time on a show and just generated by Suno.
In the forest deep where shadows play, a pixie with torn wings began to sway. She felt the earth, the pulse of time. In every moment she found the rhyme. Though her wings were tattered, dreams still shone. In the present moment she found her home. Vibrations lifted her soul so high. She knew one day again she'd fly. Ascend, oh pixie, rise above the night. Feel the presence bathe in the light. Living life with every breath you take. In this golden age your spirit wakes. She danced with the moon, laughed with the breeze. Let go of sorrow, embrace the ease. With every heartbeat, every sigh, she found her wings, began to fly. Through the whispers of the ancient trees, she found her way, her soul at ease. Vibrations of love, pure and bright, lifted her to new heights. Ascend, oh pixie, rise above the night. Feel the presence bathe in the light. Living life with every breath you take. In this golden age your spirit wakes. Through the whispers of the ancient trees, she found her way, her soul at ease. Vibrations of love, pure and bright, lifted her to new heights. Ascend, oh pixie, rise above the night. Feel the presence bathe in the light. Living life with every breath you take. In this golden age your spirit wakes. Torn wings mended, she flew so high, a beacon of hope in the endless sky. In the presence of now, where dreams unfold, she found her way, her wings of gold. In the now, where magic's found, she soared above without a sound. Her wings of gold spread wide and free in the golden age afloat. In the now, where magic's found, she soared above without a sound. Her wings of gold spread wide and free in the golden age afloat.
That one turned out pretty good.
And I'm going to go ahead and share one more while I got it up. This is another example. This one we put some work into. And this is again, and this is actually the example of what Clay was saying. He just goes and scrapes their about and puts that in the prompt. And this is the first one we did.
What was the prompt?
Her about from her YouTube and Facebook page.
Yeah, I went over and just copied her about page and her Facebook page.
All right.
Like her, yeah, her
Okay.
about section.
I'm affected on many different emotional levels right now.
But
let's
listen
see
to this. Tell me what you think. And so, first of all, what did you think of that last one? Did you like that?
I liked it. I really did. It's like you guys had Taylor Swift locked in a basement somewhere.
Yeah, she
But at the
thinks.
same time, I'm really fucking irritated. We'll go into that later.
is brilliant.
I'll explain.
well,
I'll
here's-
explain my old man anger and love of your video. Move on.
All right. Well,
Move on.
now, so this one just has a few images in it because it was the main thing was the song, and Clay put them all together, and then I mastered them and did the videos. So this is the first one we did.
You guys make a good team, just so you know.
Well, thank you. We think we do too. But this is for a fellow podcaster or fellow S, Hottie Pop. And
Oh,
the
she's a
geezers-
sweetheart.
Yes, she
Yep.
is.
Yeah, she's awesome.
So we were kind of talking and said, you need something that's about you. So we
That's
hung out
sweet.
after a show one night for a couple of hours, and we didn't know it, but we were on for another 3 hours playing around with this stuff and trying to make some songs that we liked.
Yeah.
And this is the first one we did that we all liked. So check this out.
She's kind of pretty.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Been there, done that, now what's next?
Is this her singing or AI?
Life's a journey, never
The
complex.
music and the voice is AI.
A lifelong student, educator's
Fits
call.
her.
Guiding futures,
The
standing
prompt
tall.
was Americana female vocal.
Conscious parent, tinfoil hat on tight.
How's the volume?
Drove through decades, walked away for rights. From the motion pictures to the cosmic
arrangement of
light.
this really came out.
Contactee's journey, universal sight. Attempting to put the human back in humanity.
Yeah.
Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated by the human experience. Sharing stories, breaking the silence. Human experience, hang out, come along. Kids Health Synaptic Circle singing our song. Random blogs, life stories to tell. Each journey a beacon casting spells. We all have incredible tales to share. Healing activation, spreading care. Light the way, hashtag find the others call. What's your mission? Answer the thrall. Attempting to put the human back in humanity. Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated by the human experience. Sharing stories, breaking the silence. Rise humanity, unity we seek. Community sharing, synaptic circle unique.
Oh, come on.
Be the solution, lift someone today. Assist in the rise, light the way. May this song lift whoever comes across. And may you do the same no matter the cost. Spread the light, ignite the flame. In unity we rise, forever reclaim. Attempting to put the human back in humanity. Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated sharing stories, breaking the silence.
Yeah, so we gave her the song, and then she made her own video for it.
Her
I think
daughter.
yeah, that's right. Her daughter made the video, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Very nice.
that one I made, and she made a couple of the images, but her final one that she did with her daughter is amazing.
Oh yeah, that one is good. Definitely.
Yeah, that's just the one that.
Oh, that's the one we put together for the.
Yeah,
just to
that was the
show
very
her, huh?
first one we put together. So what'd you think of
That's
that?
the one
Doc?
that we couldn't get that same sound back. We tried though,
Yeah, yeah.
to
the
get that same
groove.
chorus back.
Yeah. So what'd you think, Doc?
One, very, very good.
Well,
Two,
here-
very, very, very upsetting. Because
Hey, it should make
and
your
I-
life a lot easier.
and
Doc.
I will say this sweetly as possible. What the hell? What the fuck is wrong with my camera? Okay, sorry. Stupid weenie. It just
There
does
is a
not.
thing
Your
about
camera's
this,
being
Doc.
controlled.
All right, hold on. I'm bitching.
The wonderful thing about this, Doc, it gives you wonderful soundtracks for your video, for your movies.
Yeah, I know. All right, look. I spent 42 years of my life going to school at Full Sail Center for Recording Arts, now Full Sail University. I was there when it was 300 people.
And dumb pricks like me can come along and write a song.
And I had to cut film. I had to cut videotape. I had to use tape to tape the tape. And then I had to, put all this stuff together with freebie people. I mean, put on you motherfuckers just hit create. So that's why I love it. It's fucking badass. Oh my God, camera, please.
Why do you feel like you've wasted your time, Doc?
I'm pissed. I could have been doing so much more. I could have solved so many world crises. There would have been no climate crisis. We wouldn't be discussing it.
Now
We would be discussing like picnic plans and stuff. Going to the park and being human. Bring back Norman Rockwell.
I think it might be focusing in on the
Man,
spinning.
you got like a Blair Witch
the
thing
fan.
going on.
Well, it might be focusing in on the fan spinning.
Can you turn
Actually,
the
I'm waiting
AI
for.
off?
Well,
I'm
I'll have
waiting
to.
for Jim
Okay, look,
to
I'll have to
create his
leave.
own
and-
documentary.
Hold on.
I
Terry,
can't.
Hold
I
on.
can't go into the control panel because it's saying it's being used by this. So I'll jump off the plane real quick.
Come back.
You guys
in.
dive.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
fix it midair and then come back
Yeah.
into the plane and you pull up just in time.
We'll talk trash about you while you're out. So
Yeah.
take as long.
And I couldn't expect anything less.
Go do it,
Thank you.
As
DB
long as you
Cooper, and
need.
jump off the back of the plane.
I'll be back.
Me all the time.
All right.
Actually, this is a great tool for Jim. Jim, I know these programs would be ideal for you, Jim. When you're living on the outskirts there, all alone there, now you can get in there and start creating your own documentaries, buddy.
Yeah,
Because you have a lot of stories to tell.
absolutely. Start putting
Yeah.
them.
Do your own voiceovers.
Yep. We can help you with whatever images and show you whatever programs
My
you
oath.
need, and boom, you can self-produce your own documentaries, my friend.
You gotta
Can
you
you
gotta do
imagine
that
a-
old movie voiceover though. In a world
Yeah.
upside down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're just planting the seeds, Jim. Planting the seeds, my friend.
That would be awesome. Well,
It would
now
be, wouldn't it?
I have something to say about the AI music, but I'll wait until Doc gets back before I say it.
So, I think, and I kind of, it's nice to hear somebody's opinion that is in the biz, that does this stuff. What they think of, what we've been doing. And clearly, I mean, Doc was a little emotional. He may have gone off to have a little weep session to get back in, so he wasn't doing live stream. First trash bag thrown Doc's way. There you go. You're welcome.
Well, I
Okay.
can't blame him. You spend all this time and all this money to learn an art, and technology comes along in a matter of a couple of years and makes all of that experience and all of that work that you did seem obsolete. Somebody could just type in 10, 20 words and hit enter, and 3 seconds later you got the exact same thing.
And this technology's only going to get better.
And I,
And you could just put your face on
when
the
it com- when
screen
it
just
comes-
like you do with your voice, and it'll clone you.
when it comes to AI images, especially in formal advertising on TV and stuff like that, there has to be something, an icon down in the bottom right-hand or left-hand corner has to say partially or fully AI generated.
I agree with you.
I mean, there's a milk commercial out, and Rosemary says, a kid doesn't look right. I said, it's because it was created by a computer. It's not a real person. And she says, well, why don't they use a real person? Probably because they didn't want to pay them, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's exactly why.
I'm seeing it more and more, and I find it deceiving. I don't watch a lot of television. The stuff I watch is usually on not pay-per-view, but on stuff like Hulu and Prime and stuff.
Oh, what was that? What was your Netflix login again? You just said. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I dropped Netflix. So
Oh no, not another woke company.
Ah,
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
How am I going to watch
Hey, listen,
Netflix
guys.
shows if I don't hijack your account?
You know, I've been watching some fantastic shows on this Tubi. That's Tubi.
Tubi,
Right? And I tell you, the shows that are on there, mate, I mean, it's unbelievable. Some of these, what they call series they've got, fantastic, like Treasure Hunters, Well, Relic Hunters is a good one.
My friend,
that goes up to about 3 or 4 seasons
My friend Jack
at the moment. And
has
there's another one.
some movies over on Tubi.
Yeah, brilliant. It's
Yeah,
brilliant,
he
and
does.
it's free.
He does horror movies. One of the movies he did was a movie called Blame, and that's over on Tubi. He won a bunch of awards.
Yeah.
The one I'm watching at the moment,
Hide your
it's
dirty,
actually called
hide your dirty
Century.
skivvies.
Brilliant.
It's just there's another drawer. It's my anyway.
Yeah. Well,
Now, I was
did
gonna
you-
say
you were-
before-
You heard that when I was talking about at the beginning, that news about ADHD, right?
Yeah, I
About how
have
they've
it.
gotten it wrong, or apparently. And I thought every time, the other thing about autism, 10, 15 years ago it was 1 in 1,500. Now in California it's 1 in 22. Is their estimates of your chances of your offspring getting autism? It's like, okay, does that fall into the gluten shit and all of the obesity shit and all of the just general lack of healthness shit? Where's that coming from?
That's just
I know
because
where
their
it's coming
parents
from.
didn't beat it out of them when they were younger.
There wasn't enough
That's
beatings.
what I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right on it, G. You've hit the G spot.
Real quick before I forgot, I was going to tell
It like
Doc.
said the J spot.
I was going to tell Doc.
Oh,
Now,
I've still got a footprint of a size 12 boot up my ass. I've still got the footprint still there, mate.
I was just going to tell you that there's the difference between music now with this AI music. There's millions of people out there cranking out songs. I know. Now this software has only been on the market for like 3 months. I know people that's already got 4,000 songs.
Jesus.
And you listen to it, and it's all the same. You can tell it's AI. It's got that AI buzz, and when you start using the software, you can start to hear the AI, and you'll be able to pick out AI music after you start playing with it.
We are in real player one, dude. It's gonna be like that. Just nobody doing
But
anything.
now, if you take this technology and you put it in the hands of real musicians like me and Robert, now we can structure the songs the way a real musician structures the songs. We can add the instruments a real musician, and we can even play along with them if we want to.
Your
Because
little
we're the
AI
ones-
backup band with virtual reality
Exactly.
players on stage.
Well, hey,
Exactly.
they've got this program now, guys. You only have to hum into it. Now, I'm going to hum a lead guitar, and I'll hum da 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 da, and it'll come out like a lead guitar. If I want a symphony, I can just hum it, and it'll play me a symphony in what I'm singing.
That's what I mean.
It's coming
Ooh,
out of their
oh,
mouth.
God damn it.
That must be selling
Yep.
like hotcakes down there
Yes.
and down under, because everybody's going, oh shit, man, now we can actually understand some of what these fuckers are saying.
Finally, it's not just Olivia Newton-John we understand.
Yeah, y'all don't sound like Olivia anymore.
Moving
So-
on. Take control, Robert.
I'm trying. This is like a back
On your resume, it's like rancher.
Yeah,
You know
right.
what? I know I've got to be nice to Robert because he's got his finger on the button. He's I'm waiting for this prick. Come on, I'll get
That's
him.
right.
I'll
That's
get
right.
He's in control tonight. Yes.
I got the buttons. So, and the thing is that you guys are always the ones pushing the goddamn buttons, because all I got to do is just say something, and one of you guys go, I don't know about that, and then you ends up going, are you sure about that? Is that really where you want to go? The theme of tonight's show. Are you sure about that? The
It's just like,
I didn't get any sleep last night at all.
Are
sorry.
you sure about that? Because you look rather peakish.
Are you sure, brother?
You know, speaking about songs that all sound the same, I have Sirius XM on my car. I drive, I drive a lot, and I listen to country and rock and roll and whatever. And every once in a while, I have the misfortune of hearing Taylor Swift. Every single one of her songs pretty much sound the same. You know, there isn't any excitement in her voice. There isn't any, I don't know. She's a phenomena that just, that defies logic. Besides, she's a nice looking woman, but
Well, the thing is, anytime there's a mass
Marketing.
consumption of something in particular, like an artist like this, in this case, perfect example, there's a certain carbon unit that resonates with that.
Yeah.
And that's where the popularity and the money and all of the import and all the bullshit that goes on around these people comes from. It's the people who put it into them.
And then she becomes the new America's sweetheart,
Exactly.
but worldwide.
Well,
Yeah,
and
and she
Isn't it,
and
isn't it
now she's
amazing
got-
how music... Sorry.
Go
I was
ahead,
just
B.
yeah, Pete, go ahead.
Isn't it amazing that music today only hangs around for about a couple of months, but music from about 40 or 50 years ago is still popular?
Oh, especially
No,
the
AC.
70s, 80s, 90s, yeah.
no, even the 50s do well.
AC/DC, Supertramp, all these people, these music, the bloody Queen, still popular today. They're not dying out. And
A lot of them are being sampled for new songs.
Anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, and
it's my opinion that was before the record labels really took over. Nowadays, with all the digital music, you are only gonna hear what they want you to hear. And
With
the
their
great-
agenda.
And the great thing about this AI and these whole copyright wars going on right now is it's going to blow this whole thing wide open, and that's what they don't like. It lets everybody that wants to make their own music, and they can't control the software.
Yeah. It's like, when I'm making a film, I can make a film and some teenager can use his iPhone and make it even better in 10 minutes, where it would take me weeks, because I'm an editor too. So I'm sitting there, everything's got to be perfect. You're a perfectionist, ADD. I mean, I got the whole bag of fun stuff that people get. And, yeah, so when they go boom, 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 here you go. It's irritating. Now, during COVID, I was one of the first few to have the face swap program. And I paid for the subscription, so there was no watermark. Never said anything to anybody. I just posted these videos of me in all these old movies everybody loves. And everybody was like, how did you do that? They're all thinking I'm freaking George Lucas. They're like offering me money. Can you do that for me? I'm like, oh, it might take a while. Here's $50 Venmo to you. Oh,
That's
all
right.
right. Give me a day, and then you send it to them in an hour, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, like I just wanted you to get yours done quick."
I made you a priority.
We
So-
talk about community standards, I mean, whatever we say on some platforms, you're going against community standards, but it's okay for a record label to bring out a rap song with the F word, the C word, and say, come here, you bitch, discriminating, running women down. And they do this in rap all the time. But hey, it's okay to play it on the airways, and it's okay to sell all these songs with the vulgarity, but yeah, you speak your mind, and no, you can't do that. That goes against community standards.
Well, look at Kamala Harris's convention. When Kamala Harris's convention, she had Cardi B out there talking about boobs and naked and all this stuff before she was to come out. Like, how was that patriotic? It's right up there with the the Olympics. So
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I read your
Patriotic
mind
is
there.
the Olympic opening.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have already done a show on that.
Yeah, we covered in the last couple of them. We actually missed it last week because we got squirreled off into something else that I think it was started by Clay or G or Jim, somebody.
It's always
I was
somebody's
sitting there
fault.
trying to
Off the trail.
keep the leash on the cats, and they were like, "Rah." So yeah, we talked about the Olympics, and one of the things that I'd like to get your opinion on this. You notice it seemed that the major theme in the meme was around this, the pageantry, the awesomeness, the symbology, and all the bullshit that was put on by those who loved it. Just went, the pageantry, the mass, and the symbology, and all that is great. And the people that just kind of panned it and went, no, that was not any. And so the people that liked it started getting on the people that didn't like it. So how can you say all of the isms and issists that they're tossing around from whatever you're being classified as because of the words you said and the actions that you've taken? And I asked one question. I said, you folks that are, I'll give you the production, the pageantry, the whatever the fuck you think you were trying to put on there. Okay, you did it. Okay, you should have. You had a budget to be the opening ceremony for the Olympics, so thinking you kind of had enough to go get the good shit and put it together. So I'll give you that. Not my style. I didn't like it, but I'll give it to you. My question is this. What are the Olympics? The Olympics are a global competition and collaboration among all these different nations, ethnicities, gender, and skill set. And they're all showing up to compete against one another. It is the spirit of competition that humanity has had as a part of our stuff that makes us go since we started going. So that competition and doing it to better yourself, to be proficient in some athletic skill, and okay, I'll throw fencing in. I don't know what's going on there. They look like they're hitting each other with slinkies, but it's not like any of the fencing I'm thinking like on God, There's none of that shit. But anyway, and we actually talked about this, Doc. Let's ask Doc. Here we go. Let's ask Doc.
Hey, what's your take on the break dancing they're doing in the Olympics?
Well, we're going to get to that in a second.
Of course, the Australian asked me that.
Yeah, that
Fuck.
was it. Of course, because it was Australia.
I
But
know.
Doc, so and we'll see how the memory of the rest of the geezers is doing with this one. So in the previous show we covered on the Olympics, one of them, we said, well, there's these new terms that are in these sports, and I'm going to give you the term, and you have to guess the sport.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do this. I'll close my eyes too.
All right. Think hard about this one.
I
Don't
will.
get too visual.
All right. All right.
You got your shaft stuck in the middle of your cinnamon roll.
Bicycle.
Bicycle? No.
Yeah. No? Okay.
No. You got your shaft stuck in the middle of your cinnamon roll.
Well, I was thinking.
Pole
Anyway, I was thinking wrong.
Pole jumping?
Pull
No.
shaft.
No.
That's what I guessed too.
So.
Yep, I
Oh.
got that one.
Oh, it's not Grand Prix. It's not
Your
pole
shaft
vaulting.
stuck in the middle of your cinnamon roll.
The horse.
The pole vaulter.
The the horse. Okay.
No.
Well, I'm old now. I don't know the new lingo these days. Yeah.
Thanks for playing. The answer is kayak race chasing, which is a new sport this year. And it describes when, they've got the gates like you do in downhill skiing and shit, right? So there's 4 kayakers that go off into a rapids, and then they race through the rapids. So getting your shaft stuck in the middle of your cinnamon roll is when you have a cinnamon roll is what they call the roll they do. And the shaft is your paddle handle, and you get it stuck when you're going under and doing your roll. Your shaft is now stuck in your cinnamon roll.
Well, that's more
So
traumatic.
Now that you are slightly less intelligent for that one, here's one to maybe bring it up a little bit.
All right.
So this is, she had an extremely wet exit from the cockpit.
I've had those before.
Cockpit. Well,
Who's got a dirty mind around here? I have.
fucking Australia.
Fuck Australia. They're a bunch of wankers down there.
I'm sick. You can keep telling me I'm sick, but
An extremely
Well,
wet.
I don't know. I didn't watch the sports. I just watched the fun highlights on TikTok because it was just. I mean, almost every sport had
on an exit. Right.
something insane happen.
Some weird shit. Well,
Say it again.
It's an extremely. She had an extremely wet exit from the cockpit.
Well, first you want to think swimming or diver, but then you say cockpit. What has the nickname of cockpit? Is it? Well, that's what we think. We're talking these young millennials in the new Olympics. Could be anything. So,
Clay said the last time, he said that usually happens right when you're 17.
well, yeah, Mary Sue. Oh, anyway,
Hey,
God,
Boo.
your images, Clay. I just love them all, dude. You're like, it's like a photo show in the background. I'm loving it. Okay,
Yeah,
so a wet and then cockpit.
Extremely wet exit. You're an exit from the cockpit. Exit is operative.
Because you can't fly or anything, because anything with a motor or engine you cannot have in Olympics. That's why indoor skydiving got rejected, unless we had a bunch of Oompa Loompas in the bottom running around a circle making the fan go. Then we could have a team. But what has a cockpit other than a bobsled? Would that be called a cockpit?
Yeah, I would think
Am I
so.
mean, because you didn't say which Olympics. You say winter or summer.
It came up during the summer recently with the Olympics.
Okay, so this is like a new.
It's another one of those terms that's described in a sport, and this one happens to be new.
And is it a breakdancing thing?
Well, you could probably wrap that around that somewhere. Well, that was a cockpit move, but that was an extremely wet exit.
What has a cockpit? Or it would be nickname a cockpit, you think? I mean, you're looking at things, so you know, but
Yeah.
is it literally a cockpit, or is it something that just has a nickname of a cockpit?
Well, when you hear what it is, you go, well, okay, I can see that being called a cockpit.
Because I'm old, and this
Yeah.
will go on forever. Okay.
I know. All right, so I'll snip it here.
All right. What is it? I give up.
It's in the same category as the last one, the kayak chase. So the extremely
little
wet
kayaks.
exit is, you forget about your shaft. Your shaft's not involved. Your cinnamon roll's not involved. You have turned and you have been ejected from your kayak.
Damn.
So it was an extremely wet exit from the cockpit of the kayak.
Damn.
And they pay people to come up with this shit. They could just toss it into the geezers on Saturday nights, and we'd answer them all, and they'd be done, and
Right.
we'd all be rich.
Well, speaking of money, speaking of the Olympics, do you guys have any idea how? Because we were talking about the Olympics and what it really is. Now it's all contracts and money and lots of money. Do you know how much the different countries would pay their gold winners, their gold medal winners? Well, we'll start off at the bottom. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. B.
Years ago,
If
you
you
couldn't
are
go
from
to Olympics
Australia,
if you were a professional.
yeah, it says if you're from Australia and you get a gold medal, you get $13,000. If you're from Germany, you get 22,000. Poland, 25,000. Japan, 32,000. United States, $38,000. Not bad. Not
Not
bad.
very tight-fisted.
It's like tips for all the long work you did. Then we have, well, I'm not done. We got South Korea, 45,000. France, 87,000. Got to make an impression since you're hosting it, right? We have Spain, $102,000. Malaysia, you get $216,000. Republic of Kazakhstan, $250,000. Israel, $271,000. Indonesia, $300,000. Singapore, $745,000 if you got a gold medal. And Hong Kong, China.
Well, what is that comparison to? Is that a comparison to the American dollar? In other words, matching dollars, or is it their own currency?
Yeah,
Market
it's
value?
yeah.
It's probably
they're-
all dollar equivalent.
They're all using dollars. They're using dollars in all these.
Yeah.
So, and then Hong Kong gets $768,000 if you get a gold medal.
Wow.
That's for each
So
gets
I
some of
think
them.
there's something else enticing them other than just good, sportsmanship and the playing of the games. I think that's why a lot of them get on the drugs or they go downhill because it's so much pressure for such
Well-
a large bucket of gold.
Well, I think I agree with what you're saying, but I also think that the other part of the metrics that's going on is all the sponsorships. I mean, the country may pay them some pittance compared to what the sponsors and the supporters and all those people are jumping into. I
Except for
just
the ones that
saw
pulled out.
Yeah, and I just saw Simone Biles' crib. She's got like a $10 million crib down in Scottsdale, I think it is.
Who?
Well,
Simone Biles, the
Well,
gold
she's-
medalist female gymnast from California, from
Sponsorship.
the United States.
Scottsdale. Yeah.
Yeah,
Scottsdale.
sponsorships. She's probably got a few deals with Nike, with
Well, that's what
several
they all do,
other.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is the money feed, the money train that feeds that sport, and it goes back to the point I was making earlier. The Olympics, where is the celebration of the competition? If you want diversity and inclusion, there is no better place to see it than at the gathering called the Olympics. It's nations,
Yeah.
it's ethnicities, it's all of the identity stuff that all these people wax on about, and it's like, well, there's fucking perfect identity. You got all the inclusion you want. Look at the diversity out there. And these are the best of the best in these certain disciplines that have come to share their capability and compete with others of similar capability. That's what it is about.
Absolutely. And it's
And
been lost.
None of that opening ceremony, I didn't see anybody involved in that
Nope.
could even get on an Olympic field on any sport, and I'm including bench warming.
Right.
Okay, none of
Do
those
you
people.
remember the
They
time-
did not represent
Can-
the Olympian.
Can you
the best of
imagine
the
what the
best.
closing
Remember the
ceremony
time-
really was going to be like
It
before
was an
everybody
amateur
bitched?
event.
That's
What
what,
was
I
that,
was
Doc?
going
An
to say.
amateur
too.
event. That's what it originally was. If you had anything to do with professional sponsorship or anything, you were disqualified.
Yeah. It was like
Especially
you had to be a
amateurs.
farm boy or something,
Yeah, well,
Well,
and
I
they-
remember growing up with Bruce Jenner on the box of Wheaties, and Blue was saying he remembers Mary Lou Retton on the box of Wheaties
Yep,
back in the 70s.
Yep. She was so
Nadia
hot.
Comaneci.
She was hot, yeah.
Yeah, they get disqualified. You're out. You're a professional.
Well,
Mi-
the thing
Mr.
is-
B has spoken.
I think that the thing right there, the point you're bringing up, B, I think is a good one. When you are skilled at something, and this kind of goes into the theme of the societal, cultural crap that's going on right now, with even more mangled words and ideas and images and shit being shoveled with at the speed of sound. It's a bunch of bullshit. And what's going on is we're sitting here looking at, okay, you're changing words again. you're giving new meanings to stuff, you're categorizing new stuff, there's another classification of something. And at the end of the day, you're doing exactly the opposite of what you're belly aching and making a whole bunch of noise about. Because if you wanted diversity and inclusion and the equity of that, well, that's what this Olympics game should have been. And it happened, you could see parts of it in different events. I mean, the competition between these different countries, there's some shit going on. If any of y'all follow college football or any of the college sports, it's that kind of thing. They get wound up and they're really into it. And that is the spirit of competition. It's the spirit of competition and, you know, being good at something and having a specific skill set, a talent, and being able to identify with it, to embrace it, to integrate it into yourself, make sure all the other bullshit is not clouding your ability to access it and utilize it. But that uniqueness, that's the thing. There isn't. Okay. MLK is not the color of the skin. It's the content of the character, right? What is the content of the character? It's the individual. We are all individuals. The uniqueness of each one of us is the most unique thing about us. We may have certain, you know, connections to different groups for different reasons, specifically biological and genetic and so forth, and then there's environmental and there's all the other things. Especially us old geezers who, you know what is one of the great things about being our age? We can look back at all the times that the world was going to end or some shit was supposed to go to hell and just go, yeah, none of that shit ever happened. We had the coming ice age in the 70s. We had the gas shortage. We had the terrorist shit. We had the whole Vietnam thing was winding down then. We had the assassinations. We had all this stuff. You go, well, yeah, it was pretty crazy back then, but we're 50, 60 years on. We're still here.
Yeah, and I think to myself, shit, how come I didn't kill myself when I was younger? The shit I used to do. I mean, I survived it, which is amazing, you know. The things you take risk when you're young, you know. Today, I mean, you get a cut, you know. Oh, I've got to go to the hospital because I cut my finger.
Dude, I got cut my finger.
Well, one of the
when you
things
said
we
that.
know- one of the things we know for sure is that the folks that are coming up behind us, some of which we are on here responsible for, they can't start a fucking push mower. And being able to start a push mower is going to be real important going forward. People are going to have to get it together in order to get involved and get along to make things better, because all the stuff we need for a better next, we've already got. It's just it's just the problem we have of the shit that's in the way. I mean, am I missing something or?
No.
Jim, you're on mute. We can't hear you, Jim.
It's said that the few control the masses, you know, and it's like the people think, you know, you vote in these people and you do this and do that. You've got no say in it. Somebody's controlling. You know, we either live in a communist society or we live in a corporate society, you know. We're all being ruled by somebody and dictated to. And, you know, and getting back to the old marshmallow thing. Yeah, I mean, are you going to conform because you've been told to? Or are you going to say, well, you know, it's the survival of the fittest? I mean, that's the law of nature. It's the survival of the fittest.
Well, and to your point, and thank you, Ray Carr, in the chat, you brought me back to where I where I was. And that was the whole idea of being a professional. And we were talking about, you know, as B said, at first it was amateurs, then they let the pros in. It's like, well, and you can see why they had to do that. It's like, these are the best of the best. Isn't that what these are about? The games. So if they're professionals, why can't they play? And the whole idea is, what does professional mean? And in its core thing, it's like you have a skill set that you get paid for. And the better you are at it, then the more you'll make. But you're a professional at something, that means that you get paid to do it. Doesn't say anything about, you know, what your Yelp score is or any of that shit. Although that will affect your funds going forward as you know.
Can you hear me now, Robert?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
the thing automatically went from my
Oh,
Samsung
back. Oh,
microphone.
God, listen to that noise.
Oh, they're fucking Aussies.
It was doing that to Robert.
But it changed it to the internal microphone, and it changed it without me touching anything.
Yeah, I had to come back in. Something happened earlier.
Yeah, and your image is real soft, at least from my end.
Well, should I take that as a compliment?
Well, yeah,
You
you know,
buy me dinner first, or
you're fuzzy, what makes you look better. So,
So back to this point about being a professional. And Doc, this is what you were belly aching about earlier, seeing all these tools and you're going, you've been a pro doing this stuff for a long fucking time.
You're on
You're
mute.
mute.
you're on
You're
mute,
muted there, bud.
Doc.
I said I've paid a lot of money for a lot of shit to get to where I'm at, and somebody else paid $2.99 for a monthly subscription.
Well, so are you saying that you're signing up for some reparations?
You know, I saw something
you-
for that for Adobe for abusing people, because it is. I mean, think about it: $150 a year. You have access to all the Adobe, do everything right, the professional stuff that the studios are using, and the photographers, and instead of just purchasing it, having that software that comes with updates, they charge you for basically a whole new thing every month. So $150 a month times 12 times 10 years. I got bent over real good.
So it sounds to me like you're kind of in that same category that I ramble on about as far as
Are you in the lawsuit for it?
Oh no, I'm talking about the other aspect of that, which is all about the student loans. You know, it's like, well, wait a minute, let's back up a second and figure out how it got here. And it looks like, at a minimum, some institution sold somebody a product that didn't have the ROI on it that they were told it would.
No.
Right?
That happens?
That happens. And there was no explanation to these unfortunate carbon units who are still forming their brains and their minds in their 20s, who are signing up for shit that they don't understand what it's about, other than it gets them this product, a stamped piece of paper with a TLA tattooed on the ass end of your name, and you're supposed to be able to go out and turn that one piece of stamped paper into a whole bunch of green ones. So what happened? The shit didn't work? How's that? Why is it the majority of people with degrees are doing something that is not their degree related to make a living?
Yeah, why are people with degrees, working at restaurants?
Yeah, right? Pumping
know,
gas, right?
in
You know how
Oregon,
many
yeah.
You know how many PhDs are pumping gas?
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the
Doing
state of
it.
Oregon, you are not allowed to pump your own gas because it takes away the gas attendant's job. It's the last state in the country where you go, you are not allowed to pump your own gas.
Man, I used to love riding in over that tube and hearing the bell
Bing,
ring.
bing.
That was my thing. But anyway, my point on this is this. Apparently, there was a bad product sold to unsuspecting people who were duped into a commitment that wasn't on balance. It wasn't accurate when they got it, and it's proved itself as such since. So, okay, well, why does the rest of the economy in the country have to participate in this evil shenanigan that was perpetrated on these poor people? Who were the people that perpetrated it? Well, they were the institutions. Oh, you mean the ones with the tens of billions of dollars in endowments? Okay, well, are they going to be held accountable for selling a shitty product? Why aren't they kicking in and using this massive amount of money that they make for selling something that clearly was not as valuable as they said it was? What's going on there? How come nobody's talking to those fuckers?
Say what?
Because a lot of them are I'm talking into the light. A lot of them are protected, Bob. Sorry,
Let it rip.
I was fighting on a whole row of splinters in my thumb from today. It's man. Can we just go to Mars now? I mean,
Balls.
it's God.
Say we've already been.
Say the question one more time.
So the whole student loan thing is basically the fact that a bunch of people were sold a shitty product and
Oh, you mean the
maliciously-
promise? The product is the promise that they don't have to pay it or some
you
shit
know
like that.
that it was supposed to be worth something.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's been going on for decades.
Well, that's my point. Is that these idiots, fuckers, and they're clearly very smart because they're not only getting away with selling a product that doesn't have the return on it, but they're stashing a bunch in their own coffers, and that's why they got these multi-billion, I think Harvard's got 50 billion in their
Yeah.
endowment.
And you don't have to go to those schools. You can learn all that stuff online or YouTube University. It's
Right.
just that it's turning into a scam. It's all about the money. And getting those student loans. These kids are desperate. They're at that age where mom and dad are kicking them out. They need a dormitory room. They got to go to school. They they got to have that structure still to phase into adulthood. And then they have all those little conventions and people out in the center walkway with tables and booths going from Visa and MasterCard, American Express going, here, you should get your credit card, this way you can be an adult, work on your credit, your parents don't have to pay, blah, 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 blah. And boom, 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 sign away, sign away, sign away. Next thing you know, they're in all this debt that they can't afford to pay for their school, and then they have to quit. Then it's the same story over and over again. And the fact that these kids are promised, hey, even the ones that were told, oh, don't worry about it, we'll forgive it all. I mean, if you're going to go,
More security in doing a trade.
yeah, it should be where there shouldn't be loan officers in all that for schools, and schools shouldn't be charging that much. If a small community college can teach basically the same basic stuff as Ivy League college down the street, other than your house being decorated with Better Home and Gardens or something at the Harvard one, whereas the other one, you get to have that structure, that little bit of military, 2 beds, 1 bathroom, and roommate, you have to deal with life and that, all that, where the other, you or your parents are going to be in debt for a while, unless you're Daddy Warbucks. And so, yeah,
But
it's a lie.
point
I
you're
got caught in it, but I took care of it years ago, but it was just a big mess.
Is the point you're making that you weren't told that information?
Yeah, because they're recruiters. They're like, if you go to the military, there's a 95% chance you're going out that door signed up, because they're good at what they do. They know how to read you. They ask the right questions. They fish. They're like, so, and they throw things out to kind of see where your interests are. And they know how to, the good ones know how to narrow it down and say, hey, we're going to have you be in special ops. How about that? We're going to run you through this school and that school. And blah, blah, blah. So it's like James Bond or John Wick. You're going to be badass. They know what to say to a 17 or 18-year-old. 17 wanting to get in, but an 18, in. And then you have the 19 and 21 to 21-year-olds who now have baby mamas. They can't screw around. So now, not only are they in debt, but now they've got a child, and they've got to, get multiple jobs, because nobody will hire full time anymore unless it's a really big job. Even some of the big companies won't do full time. Why? Because they don't have to do the insurance. If they start doing full time, then insurance has to be involved. They have to get insurance. So to avoid that, they just hire nothing but part-time. The managers might be full-time, but like I said, the select few. And these kids, it just racks up, especially with everything going up. Like, I went to Wally World, 6 items, over $100 freaking dollars. And the only food in there was some sandwich meat. Everything else was like 20, 34. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And people can't do it. That's why we're seeing more and more people out in the streets. That's why we're seeing all these tent cities, people living underground in Las Vegas. Yeah. We're sitting here and we're on a podcast. We all got our place behind us and everything. We're good. And all this goes on. And because we're not paying attention to it, out of sight, out of mind. but it all stems from money. Money is the root of all evil, and it's utilized against these young, influential students. I mean, look at what happens at some of these universities. Just what they're doing. It's so anti-American. And it's really sad. That kind of, I mean, you did have certain organizations, KKK, MLK, and all these people that were, marching and stuff. You had all that. But what they've got now, like the right to wear a furry animal suit so you can have simulated things with other furry animals that are life-size. I mean, come on.
Bring your fantasy to school day.
Dude, that's every day now. Unless you wear something patriotic or, T-Man or anything like that, then you are a threat. Yeah. Because your words, the words on your shirt came out like fucking Freddy Krueger and attacked this person and they're just traumatized.
Well, do you
take me to Mars?
Do you think, I totally agree. Do you think, because this is one we've been tossing around the geezers here for the last few weeks, seems to me, I could be wrong, but just as much of a neutral, objective observation as possible, there seems to be a fair amount of mental illness going on.
And I refuse to support it. Even though I have my own. We all have it, in some fashion or another, ever since the 70s. Everybody born after the 70s is like something. My dad sat on Agent Orange, missiles and stuff on the runway before he piloted a C-130 over to Nam and messed my sister up, made me just fucking weird,
Yeah, I thought I was going to ask you about that orange glow you had. I wasn't sure where that was coming from. But it seems to me that it's very, I was going to say targeted, but that's not the first word, although that is one of the words. It seems to be very focused on mostly the estrogen-based carbon units.
We're going there. We're going deep.
And
using science words.
Well, that's one way to kind of work around the bots that are listening in, right?
Cloak and Dagger, got it.
See, yeah, all right. I know these large language models don't have a lot of the language that we use. That's for damn sure. Or it might, but they don't know what to do with it. But anyway, it seems to be focused on the estrogen-based carbon units. They seem to have, there's a message that is consistent with a great deal of confusion and chaos in thinking, targeted at the estrogen-based carbon units, especially the ones that are in the 15 to 30 year duration of their current iteration. And they seem to be basically falling into that category, just batshit crazy.
Well,
there is an emotional.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
It's the can't understand normal thinking process for them.
Well, I mean, am I hallucinating, or do you guys?
No, this is 100%, or actually, there's another 1,000% that you're not describing that has been going on in it. And as a senior, I've seen it, I've watched it, and it's just like people. When I was a DJ, until recently, I've said I'm done. What people want to hear. And they don't really pay attention to the lyrics. It's just got a really nice beat, and they're just all. It's like watching 1984. They're all willing to go along with whatever, because they have no hope or faith in their own life to do anything exciting or stand up for what you believe, unless it's something silly. Like the guy that says that there's a conspiracy, there are no birds. All the birds are NSA camera guys. I mean, doing this world for so long. That's why one of the many reasons I hung up my podcast, because I was just like, it's gotten too nuts. It's time to find a cave. So I'm gonna go to Jim's place.
Well, this is we all agree and concur that being hunkered in the bunker is really one of the most, I think, productive and savvy things that any of us can do right now. There's some shit going down and going on that it's between now and about spring next year, it's going to be a lumpy ride. There's going to be more dumpster fires and train wrecks and out of the blue, what the hell and who are you?
Well,
And who are you? The who are you is I think we might be seeing sooner than later.
well, let me ask you this. I mean, it's gonna it's gonna happen, right? We know it's inevitable. Look at everywhere else in the world; they're all rising up against their governments, in London and everywhere else where they're having immigration problems. God, how do I say this in Cloak and Dagger? Have you guys ever just been sitting there and you're just taking all this in, you're doom scrolling or whatever, and something inside you is just like, fucking let's go, let's just do this shit, and get it over with, because the anxiety is another element that's just screwing with the people on so many levels, even on a frequency level. Everybody's on edge. I mean, in a sense, God, this is gonna sound so horrible. A war would be actually good, because it would be like, okay, something happened. It's like orgasm done. The stress is gone. Now you can take a breath, and then or do you guys just? I don't know. Am I fucked in the head for thinking that, or is like the anxiety real for others as well?
Yeah, like people really need just a big release of pressure. Like
Like steam, like a steam kettle or whatever.
Yeah, we went through a few years of this lockdowns and whatnot, and on top of that you got all of the political stuff thrown in there. Groceries are getting more expensive, pay's not getting more, so
Nope.
and you add all that together, and then you add, oh hey, we just sent this much money to this country for their war, and we sent this much money to this country for their war, and oh hey, just so you know, the Olympics started today, so look over here, and all of this is coming together, and people are freaking losing it. You see it out in the streets, road rage
it's not
incidents
just the
are
wars,
like skyrocketing because people have had enough.
Well, did you notice? They even did stories on this afterwards. But when the whole city blacked out, okay, Paris, the Olympics, everything blacked out after they did the opening ceremony, there was one building up on a hill, and it was fully lit up, and it was like the Saint Rosary something church, the Way of the Light or whatever, and it was fully lit. And they tried to not report on it, but thank God we have TikTok and other countries willing to cover things like that, because that stuff, if people pay attention, that you're witness. We have chosen to live in the generations that will get to witness a huge galactic change for mankind. I will not say the end of the world, because the world will never end, but life as we know it, as REM would say, it's the end of the world and life. Anyway, things are going to be different. So part of me is,
It's a shift.
it is a huge shift. And what sucks is, I have my movie coming that I'm trying to get made, and I'm like, just Lord, please hold. Can you just wait just a little longer? Let me get my film made so I feel like I accomplished something. At the other time, the other part of me is like, let's do this. Let's, zap. I'm ready to go. Because, can I say this? Am I allowed to say this? But people have gotten really fucking stupid. Can I say that?
Absolutely.
Do you think that? I think you might
I
be
think you
just
say
tapping that back a little bit. I think.
Oh, was I not to
I
say that?
think-
Was that a secret?
Well, no. I
You're
think
on the
you're just
geeks,
being
you're on the
you're being
geeks, mate.
too
We're allowed to say whatever we like.
you're being too judicial with how you're expressing how you really think and feel. I think you need to kind of just untie it and just let it come out, because I think you said something about to the effect that people are just fucking stupid and they're stupid in
Yeah, they're
ginormous
slow.
masses.
And it's willful. They choose to
It's
do
a
it.
choice.
Willful, anyway. And
Well,
there are
as I
other
would
people that are
say,
not out there. It's not
there's
everybody,
too
but
much buggery going on. There's too much buggery going on.
What the
Everybody's
fuck does
been
that
shafted
mean?
right up the arse.
What's a buggery?
it's fuckery, dude. Don't you know? Fuckery is buckery.
Is that what it means? Okay.
I'm not going to say that I haven't
They're
added
bending
to
you over
it
and they're giving it to
either,
you good and proper.
'cause I'm sure I've added my own.
I'm scared because like you were playing that word game earlier. Is this part of the game?
Well, it's actually, I mean, the thing is, the reason I think that one of the main reasons it's so effective is that it's been done by, going back to what we were talking about, professionals.
CIA.
This is all being orchestrated by people who know what the fuck they're doing. Now, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily really smart or intelligent. They just know that they're going, in order to get where they want everybody to go, they know the certain tools of the trade that they go and they use. So persuasion and fear are the two most important ways in which communication steers the way people think. Going back to my whole thing about language is the operating system of the mind. Whatever words you have and whatever definitions you've got assigned to them, that's how you think. And if you have a limited set at a minimum, and at worst, if you have a fucked up set of language, then it's hard to think. So it's been purposely done by professionals. What they didn't
dumbed
do,
the people
which
down.
they
Hey,
didn't
anyway,
do,
Jim
which
and-
they
Jim and-
never have done.
Jim and G's not being very quiet.
Well, hold on. Finish your thought. Finish your thought, Robert.
So the way in which they've purposely and professionally carefully crafted and curated the narrative, or narrative, is the reason that we're seeing, at a minimum, mass amounts of stupid people, and unfortunately, more and more batshit crazy people. The mental illness, which is not from brainwashing, it's from stained brains. The brains have been stained by bullshit and parasites.
And stuff
need
they
a good
eat and-
brain
yeah.
washing to get rid of it.
That would be a cool new science medical treatment. Get your brain washed. See how I played on the words there?
Yeah.
You could make
You
that
can get
the.
a hemisphere cleanse.
Oh, see, you're getting all fucking like Flagstaff on me over here, Sedona. No, actually, we'll just do what?
Would you say something, B?
Yeah, it's like, just you need your brain rinsing, get
Yeah.
out all that extra.
I mean, if we can flush our
you know?
butts, why can't we flush our brains? I mean, blood transfusion. Is there a way we can? Oh, that's probably how you do it. Full blood transfusion.
Well, I think you have to do both a brain and a butt flush. Because if you think about it,
The cleanliness of it
Wouldn't
all.
it be like a
if
frontal
your butt's
lobotomy?
if your butt's not properly flushed, it will back up into your system, and it'll end up in your head, and that's where shitty thoughts come from.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of
We need a
shitty, man,
frontal
can I just tell
lobotomy.
can I tell you Geezer something real quick?
Yeah.
This is
drop it.
just an old man, Jim. This is for you, Master G. Also, never eat a chocolate laxative and take a sleeping pill.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, it happened to this other person, and I thought it was funny as shit. I was like, old people, I gotta tell it to.
I definitely wouldn't argue with that.
Funny.
Right?
No,
Yeah.
no, that's what you actually give kids. You give them a chocolate milkshake, but really, you give them, put laxative in it, then you send them home to their parents. That's
Oh,
a grandparent's revenge.
Absolutely.
So, G, what do you think about, we've talked about some of this stuff on the mental illness and the clear, if there's any conspiracies, it's a conspiracy of decline, as Gutfeld said the other night on his show, which I think he was spot on. It seems as though that, we have to call this stuff out, I think. I think we have to be more affirmative and progressive and all those other things. Make sure that we include and diversify and give equity to the message of, hey, you guys need to stop this shit. You're fucking mentally ill. You're stupid. And those things can be corrected.
And
But
they're
you
always
have-
vague. They're always vague words too. It's never anything specific.
Right? I mean, what is that?
It's the ability of, getting out of shit by having a word that's very vague. And they do that because they abuse words these days by vague interpretation. So anyway, but
Yeah.
words are powerful, and we've dumbed everybody down.
I think we're about coming up on the 3-hour mark.
Is we coming up on 3? What time is
Pretty
Cooley
close.
supposed to be in?
Coley's not going to be able to make it tonight. She had a computer failure or an outage or something, so she even got
Nice.
kicked off her own show.
Oh, that's
So she wants to join us next Saturday.
That sounds great. That would be awesome. I mean, I have a whole bunch of shit here queued up, but I think
Do it. Do it.
Don't listen to the little voice on your shoulder.
I reckon Doc should join us more often. You know,
It'll
he
be
makes
cool.
a good geezer. Geek.
I'm the smart ass. Get
Well,
splinters.
I think.
No,
you
we
know,
like smart asses around here.
It's a
I think.
requirement.
We do.
Splinters. I think you're sorting your buds and under that microscope.
I got a little row of splinters right in where the thumb bends.
Oh, that sucks.
It's the worst
You've got to
spot.
be careful when you pick your buds, mate.
I have somebody do that for me. I'm actually thinking about getting a farming job.
A farming job.
Yeah, we have the largest indoor farm up here in the country, and
Pharmaceutical farmer.
they're going to be hiring soon. So I'll be
I just
working with
saw-
surgical tweezers and
There you go. Yeah,
scissors.
That's right up your alley.
Yeah,
It
I was
doesn't
like,
require.
From Yale.
Do you have
My
to
sister
holster
works
a
for a
roll of
farm.
duct tape?
So I
too?
can see,
Yeah.
I can see him picking a bud, having a chew on one.
hey, it's just, we got to do product testing. It's very important. There'll be a lot of safety meetings, I'm sure. But living in my state has its benefits.
So you want a job here? Really? What department you thinking? Product testing? Duh.
No.
Quality control.
Better. I have the best job that I want to apply for. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I want to be the motherfucker that names all the weed.
Yeah, that would
Just sit there and get high and go, this tastes like a
Yeah.
blueberry rush, or
Yeah.
something like that. That's the job I want. I don't care about packaging, shipping, any of that shit if I don't have to. I mean, I'll do it. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, that would be my dream job. And if I had to I should just create the job and go to them and go, I'm from so-and-so and so-and-so services. And we realized that, you need to hire me, just go in there. It's because, who else? So you got somebody else? Let me see the guy. Who's the person that names him? 24 hours later, it was an accident. Oh, just kidding.
Ray
No,
Carr is
I'm
asking if
kidding.
did we get through the news?
Oh, there was news?
Through the news. Oh,
I thought we were the news.
we are the news.
Recreate-
Well, let's go through the news. Come on.
Well, I think we can actually. I do want. This is important because I think most people have heard about it, but it is something that we as Geezer Geeks have some curiosity and peccadillos for, and that is the recent security breaches, the data stuff, the social security numbers, the shit that happened over at Microsoft and Azure. There's a lot of hacking going on. A lot of shit's getting exploited. And if you don't have a VPN, I highly recommend that you get one because that will mask all of your internet activity and you won't be able to be tracked and exploited through infiltration if you have a VPN on. And then, just make sure you're up to date on your virus and whatever stuff you got that you use to go, protect yourself, because you could just get randomly picked off. Not necessarily
Because they buy them in
targeted.
bulk, and then they just start working on numbers.
That's right.
They get them for real cheap.
And that's the nice thing about the VPN is it's all off of your IP address. So the VPN masks all that. So they can't find you to go tunnel into you or to snag whatever you're doing out there. So, and then of course the self-security thing, I don't know. They were going to sell it, and then they went ahead and dumped it for free on some dark web sites, and apparently everybody's SSN is in there.
I'll just whatever. Credit's gone.
That's going to take a major turn with all this new tech that's coming around the corner. We will get a sovereign ID with its own provenance for ourselves individually on the blockchain, and then that's where all of this shit will change. We will have that sovereignty and that provenance of our identity. So this stuff that I just talked about won't happen. But just keep an eye on it. It's going to be nasty between now and then. Let's go ahead and let's have a quick geezer go around on the Musk-Trump conversation. The conversation of the billionaire bros that broke the net. Did anybody? I listened to it all. I
Me
waited
too.
40 minutes, and then when it came on, I sat there with a beer and a smoke on the deck, and I just listened. And to me, it was like two guys they knew that there was a bunch of people listening, but they were like having a conversation.
And it was great. And we need more of that.
Yeah, it's yeah. I only got to hear maybe 40 minutes of it, but that was enough.
I didn't hear any of it, be honest with you guys.
Oh, it was badass. It's what we, like you said, it's what we need. It was the best form of transparency. Their guards were down.
Were they open-hearted with their conversation?
Yeah, it was just they were both on cell phones. He was at his desk, and Elon was somewhere else, I guess, in his building or his house, with his cell phone, and people took photos of it, and that was it. It was just, like what we do when we call each other and we just bullshit and stuff. But it was like a party line, and the party line was whoever was watching TV or watching the event, and that's what we need. I mean, what are the most intriguing things that we hear other than speeches from a president? The secret phone call tapes years later, because that's when their guards down. They curse and go off, and they're not what we see on the camera. That it humanizes them. But yeah,
I think the one-on-oneness and the fact that it was kind of clever, I think, on both of their parts, but particularly Elon, to let Trump go back on X, and it was hosted on Trump's X, and Elon dialed into it.
so he would get all the views.
I mean, 73 million watched it live, and over 1 billion people have seen clips of it, or the whole thing worldwide has been, it's been reposted.
Money. Trump did right. He did good.
And then, as a postscript to that, Kumquat Harris, she had a gathering of like minds, and I read somewhere that excluding the press and her own people, they may have had a dozen or a dozen and a half people. That was it. And this was in South Carolina or Georgia, somewhere on the East Coast.
Did you see in the Craigslist ads where they're paying people $17 an hour to come and protest and against Trump and cheer her on?
Oh, yeah.
And when she did this last big convention a couple days ago, it was all full for Cardi B to do her "Look at my wet twat, da 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 da. Look at my boobies, watch, blah 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 blah."
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what we want as a presidential. Oh, but I forgot. I get, she used to be a call girl. So yeah, it is her style. And but then once Cardi B was done and she started speaking, they had cameras in the what do you call it, the foyer area, and it's just droves droves and droves, black and white Mexicans that just walking out with hair signs. And she's only like 2 minutes into her speech. So they went there, they got their money to be there, and yay for the cameras, and then out the fucking door. And the place was just empty. You won't see that at a Trump rally. Oh, and then you have the famous footage of them walking down the stairs with their luggage and stuff. And they turned around and with AI, they added a crowd and everything. And they set that up as, oh, this is everybody, cheering her on as she comes back on Air Force Two. And someone noticed that and this is in the middle of the day. Someone noticed in the engines, which are very shiny, there was no reflection of the crowd.
Or the fuselage. No tail number on the tail.
Yeah. So the people, I think this is going to be a part of how natural selection is going to go down next for the big catastrophe. It's just anybody that just keeps denying it. I don't know. It's getting tiresome. I don't get into this topic much anymore. I'm just trying to be like I'm retired even though I'm broke and work on the house and work with my dogs and all this stuff. And it's
you want to do that because it's safe and comfortable there.
Because instead of you going crazy.
Out there's too much. The crazy's gone up several notches, and you go, well, there's too much of this crazy shit going on out here.
Even the Rolling Stones caught on. They just put out a song last year, I think it was last year, called Gloom and Doom. Check it out. It's really cool.
You see him in, was it their Toronto concert? When they were praising the president of Canada, whatever his name is. And
or Turdo.
And then all the crowd started booing.
Okay.
Jack was like, what? You
about to spit my tea out.
What, you don't like him?
And why is it? Everybody, even close personal friends, I had a situation. I put one of those, cuzzy, funny, little bear was saved and it grows up and it's nice and all that. It's, feel good movie. And it's just a little video, and I posted it, and I got, that's a fake narrative, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, so is fucking Bambi, and Benji, and fucking Free Willy, Come on. I wanted to feel good. I was having a down day. Don't be a bummer. But everybody wants to outdo everybody. Everybody wants to out-fact check everybody. It's even family and friends. It's gotten really just sad. It's beyond scary. It's just become now sad that if you don't believe this, if you're not on team, what would you call it? If you're not on what were the vampire and wolves when a couple years back, that trilogy, Twilight.
Twilight, yeah.
All the teenagers are like, well, I'm on team vampire. I'm on team werewolf. And it's just like, that's what we're experiencing, and it's so childish too. The way, who would ever thought that we would ever get to live and experience the concept and the proof and visualization and the audio of, oh my God, of a word salad?
Linguistic linguini.
Yeah, and not until Kamala Harris did that exist.
Right.
So, we weren't supposed to say names. My bad. My mama's hairy ass. That's what I said.
We drop it as we see it here because we don't care anymore. We're like, all right, hey, cancel this, okay?
Well, I didn't.
That woman pisses
Whoa.
me off every time I see her face with this big grin from ear to ear. It's so fake,
I was
It
just gonna
really
say
is. It's so fake.
We're
But
kind
the
of
thing
getting
is,
off track.
isn't it strange? Every day, Kamala Harris wins this seat. Kamala Harris wins that seat. Hey, nobody's talking about Trump. It's a setup. They're trying to brainwash people. Come with us. We're the winners. And it's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit.
Well, the Washington
She's a type of woman that gets around like that.
Yeah, the Washington Compost, I guess, had a burn down the house type of article on Kumquat. And I won't read the Washington Post, so I don't know what it said, but it was not very flattering. It was downright degrading, that would be a plus for her.
Well, and then they tried to pull their. It was interesting where Harris and her VP sat down and interviewed each other. Well, was that like a mini circle jerk? Or
Dude,
something?
talk about such a fucking inside job. Oh my God,
What's going
dude.
on there? You won't let any talk to anybody else, but you sit and talk to each other.
It sounds
Isn't that
like
what you do, right? I mean, you kind of go, well, I'm not sure about that, and that's where we kind of. Thanks for reminding us that we need to get back on it here, Clay. So, going down the news, the next item, and this is where we are going to cast the geezer gaze and prognosticate on the possibilities. DNC convention next week.
Oh, that's
Question one.
Oh, shit.
That should be paid.
That's
per
dangerous.
view.
Yeah,
That
but I
should
know
be-
it's gonna happen.
That should be
Question
paid per
one.
view.
Question one. There's a lot of talk that it has all of the hallmarks and potential repeat of the '68 convention in Chicago, which was an absolute fucking disaster. All kinds of riots and stuff. So the question is that a possibility? Will we see something like that? Some protests and people losing their shit during the convention, and will it affect the convention? Gee, you go first. You haven't said shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be another 68 there. I think this might be one of your questions coming up, but I think Kamala is not even going to be the nomination for the party. I think she's going to get ousted. And
Hey,
there's
Biden,
already-
I think Biden's going to say, you stole this shit from him, and I'm the president, I'm running. And I think that's what he's going to do. He is so pissed at Pelosi and Schumer and
For stabbing him.
AOC, I mean, the whole group of traitors, that I think he's going to go shit in their punch bowl.
So back up, Jim. Hold on. Hold the reins back a second. The question is, will there be a riot at the convention next week?
With
Gee, you
100,000 pro-Palestinians marching in there. Yeah, have you seen Gaza lately?
Right? So, gee, you think there's going to be some foolery and fuckery going on?
Yeah, not only is the party going to stab themselves, and they're going to try to get a free nomination or open it up for free nominations, but it's going to be rigged anyway. So somebody else is already going to be in Kamala's place. And there's already protests going on in Chicago. I mean, I live here in the state. We have Antifa. That's a big force there right now. And there's all these people that's already registered with the city, and they've already gave them routes and where they can be. So we have Antifa from the U.S. We have Antifa from other countries coming in. We have the Palestine protests. And there's like 20 other groups that are representing 200 other outside groups to be there and protest already. They're there already right now.
Clay, what do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. There'll be some uprising. There always is. And some of them groups that Gerald just mentioned, they really don't. They're not there for political reasons. They're there, for their own reasons. And at least that's my opinion.
Because they're pissed off.
There's definitely going to be some action. Definitely keep your eyes and ears open for sure.
And Jim, we already know what you think. Do you think
Well, Blue says, what does Gaza mean in the context of what we're talking about? Have you seen it lately? It's destroyed. I mean, you're going to have 250,000 people that hate this country and want to do as much disruption as they can. And I think, now, maybe I'm wrong. I have been in a few times in my life. You can talk to my ex-wives.
Never on this show.
But I think the 2024 Democratic Convention versus 1968. 1968 is going to look like nap time at kindergarten. And I think there's a very good possibility that you may have to, they may have to call in or declare martial law in the state, if not the country. I think it's going to be, people are going to die. And they honestly feel that way. And it's a shame that anybody has to lose their life over, something like that. But there's some real crazy son of bitches out there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, B, what do you think? I know you don't know shit that's going on up here anyway. In the news you get down there is all
Oh,
upside
no,
down
I
by the
don't,
time you get it. But what do
what
you
I
think?
see, what I see on a global sense. Now, it's not just America, but what's happening in all other countries of the world with people protesting about refugees and what's happening in Palestine and everything else. I think this is just another way or an excuse to stir up the shit, because at the end of the day, the cabal know they're losing. So the only way they're going to get their strength back is to actually call martial law. So basically, we'll end up living in a dictatorship under military rule. And call me wrong, but it's a gut feeling I got, because it's happening in America, it's starting to happen in Australia, it's happening in Europe, and they want civil unrest, because that will give them an excuse to send in the troops to say, okay, we're under martial law, we can't live with each other. I mean, that's why you've got hundreds of thousands of Mexicans coming in. Nothing wrong with Mexican people. They have a right to live in America if they go through the proper process.
Yeah.
But that's why they're letting them in. Hey, that's why they're letting them in by the tempo, because they know it's going to cause unrest. Same thing's happening in Great Britain, where now they are actually having riots in the streets. No respect for the law, they're smashing up police cars. Now, this is going to happen in the US, I can assure you now, because down in the southern states, where the Mexicans are coming in, do you think companies are going to hire American people? No, they're going to hire illegals at a lower rate of pay. And, and that's going to cause conflict between a citizen to an illegal. And then this hatred's going to brew, because people who have got mortgages now cannot pay their bloody mortgage because they can't get a job. There's no work for a company. Hey, corporations, I call it corporatism, not communism, corporatism, where you own your soul to the company store. Now that's how I see it. And they just want you to work for a bowl of rice a day. Now Trump may say, oh, we're going to bring our companies back to America, but he also made the statements. The Chinese can still own the companies, run them, as long as it's in America. Now, do you really think the Chinese government is going to allow their companies, these companies, to come in and build cars, give Americans work, right, and still pay them a proper wage when they can only pay? They want them to live on a bowl of rice a day like they do in friggin' China, mate. I mean, in China, productivity is great, but people sleep by their sewing machines. People sleep by their press machines. They don't go home. They literally sleep within the factory, just like sweatshops.
On the floor.
Now, this is going to happen in America, my friend, especially putting all these illegals in work. Oh, yeah, but if you're working, it could give you the opportunity to become a natural citizen.
Is this going to happen at the DNC, or where are we going with this?
Where is it going to go? I think what's actually happening, it's all orchestrated. They want unrest. And yes, at this meeting you're going to have violence. You're going to have lots of it. And you watch, mate, martial law will come in. The police and armed military will go in. Or home
Robert,
guards,
you're
as you
muted.
might say.
I hate when I'm muted.
I'm done.
All right.
Gates calling
Yeah,
you,
you
Doc.
certainly are. I was trying to pipe up to cut that off. Doc, what are your thoughts on that?
Let's talk about it, shall we? All right.
Let's just
so
talk about what do you think? In fact, while you think, I'm going to go do a dink because I can't hold it anymore. I will. Be
well,
right
here,
back.
same here. You want to do just a quick 4 or 5 minute? You got a
you
commercial or
guys got
something
it?
you can play?
Good for 4 or 5 minutes. Take a break.
If you shake it more than twice, you're playing with yourself.
So I'll share some music here, and
yeah,
we'll do
just
little
play a
interlude.
song, just one song.
Everybody go backstage, and we will take a short break. A toddy for the body, and with your permission, we'll take a wee intermission. All right.
Been there, done that, now what's next? Life's a journey, never complex. A lifelong student, educators call. Guiding future, standing tall. Conscious parent, tinfoil hat on tight. Drove through decades, walked away for rights. From the motion pictures to the cosmic light. Contactee's journey, universal sight. Attempting to put the human back in humanity. Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated by the human experience. Sharing stories, breaking the silence. Human experience, hang out, come along. Kids Health Synaptic Circle singing our song. Random vlogs, life stories to tell. Each journey a beacon casting spells. We all have incredible tales to share. Hearing activation, spreading care. Light the way, hashtag find the others call. What's your mission? Answer the thrall. Attempting to put the human back in humanity. Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated by the human experience. Sharing stories, breaking the silence. Rise humanity, unity we seek. Community sharing, synaptic circle unique. Be the solution, lift someone today. Assist in the rise, light the way. May this song lift whoever comes across. And may you do the same no matter the cost. Spread the light, ignite the flame. In unity we rise, forever reclaim. Attempting to put the human back in humanity. Mic check, 1, 2, hear the clarity. Fascinated by the human experience. Sharing stories, breaking the silence.
Yes, indeed. Back in the house, I hope those of you that are got nothing, clearly nothing better to do, are enjoying the chat with the geezers gazing and taking a little break. Boy, did I need that. Started to have the eyeball floating syndrome. Let's see if we got any other geezers in here. Are they back yet? Remember, guys, more than a shake, it's more than it takes. There's G.
What's up?
Is Clayers in there? Is Doc in? The Doc is in the house. And where's everybody else? Where did I got to find him here? Here we go. Oh, there's this menace. I don't see Jim. Where did Jim go? Jim be gone.
Seems like fucking I'm out.
So he'll probably realize he's gone and knock on the door again.
Takes him a little longer to come back.
Yeah,
He
he's-
is the senior geezer.
He is the senior geezer. You got to give that geezer a little extra minute or two.
They're saying Doc's volume is really loud, so maybe you can turn that down in the
Hush!
Volume is really
in the
loud.
studio.
All right, how's everybody now? Everybody got a 5x? Hear everything okay?
Yeah, it sounds like a little lag on my end, but we've
Oh.
been on for a while, so we're probably bogging
Oh,
down
good.
the server.
No, it sounds good. No, that's perfect.
Okay, good.
Oh, I was just saying. Me.
All right, Doc.
Actually,
So
you've had a bit of a lag on your side there earlier on, Robert, but you're okay now.
Oh, good. So, Doc, you were about to wax on about something that I certainly can't remember.
All right.
but I'm
Well,
sure
let me
you do.
let me ask. I mean, you're all familiar with remote viewing.
Oh yeah.
All right. So you've heard of the Farsight Institute out of Atlanta?
Courtney,
Out of
yep.
Atlanta.
Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah, Dr. Courtney Brown. Okay, so what he did is he took 4 or 5 of his people and did blind remote viewing sessions. One of the Republican Party convention, one of the Democratic Party convention, and then they said, "What's the biggest thing that'll happen? You know, what's the mood?" And anyway, so they went in, not knowing what they were remote viewing until they were told afterwards. All of them said the remote view of the site A, which was the Republican Party, was going to be really chill. It was going to be great. It was wonderful. And then all of them, all four or 5 of them, when they got to location B, which was the Democratic Party, shit hits the fan. And they all were like, "Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense." When they were told at the end, and they've been pretty accurate over the years. And
Yeah, they got a good track record.
yeah, that's
It's
what
just
I
like
said.
Dick,
Great
you
track
know.
record. So
Yeah, Dick and Daz over at Future Forecast, they used to work with Courtney back 10, 12 years ago.
oh, nice.
And one of their best ones that I always point to is the Courtney tasked them to go look at the Toba erection, the Toba eruption.
Oh, eruption.
From 70,000 years ago. It was
Yeah.
Erection, I don't know. It happens once in a while when you get older, and you should appreciate it every time it does, I tell you. But anyway, Courtney tasked him to look at the eruption of Toba 70,000 years ago. And it's a part of his Atlantis series. And what they saw was that the eruption was man-made because the folks back then, the supposed Atlanteans,
I remember hearing
were
that one.
trying
yeah.
to access the core of the Earth to get power and energy. They screwed it up. They realized that it was going to blow. They had no control. And about 2,000 individuals were shipped off to maintain humanity because they knew that this thing was going to take everything out. The interesting correlation there is back at the failed Genome Project at the turn of the millennium, which was the big deal. It was all the money. It's like AI is now. Everybody was dumping billions into the genome projects. And the whole idea was, well, we get done with this, we map it out, we'll be able to tell you what your diseases are going to be, what your problems are going to be, what deficiencies you're going to have. And we can go in and genetically alter and modify epigenetics and all kinds of things to avoid the diseases and improve your health. Well, it turned out that none of that shit could be done because they were looking, as all science does, looking for the wrong things for the wrong reasons in the wrong places because they're just not thinking about it's in a billiard ball gritology model. It's all a bunch of things, atoms bouncing off each other, and that's not how reality works at all. That's just how they see it when they take a snapshot of it. They go, oh, look, there's a little ball of something. Oh, that must be an atom. Oh, it's got little balls around it. Well, it must be something else. It's all waves. There's no grit. There's no balls. And there's particularly no balls as it relates to this mental illness that seems to be pervading the people on the ideology of the neo-lib progressive model and groupthink. It is a ginormous bubble that is in the process of bursting because it's not sustainable. it is not something that, I mean, it's been rejected. And that's why it's falling all over the place. That's why we're seeing this shit. So the question now is, since we all see, including the remote viewers, that shit's about to go down next week, boy, am I glad I got a 70-inch with a surround sound. I'm going to be dialing that shit in. I want an immersive experience. I want to be there when they light the dumpsters. I want to be there when the shields come out and start pounding them back.
Well,
I want to have that visceral experience.
I might go live for that, and what I'll do is I'll pull a lot of the live streamers that are on the ground, and I'll pull all of their videos into one screen, so you get a whole wide spectrum of what's going on live. I did that during the riots a couple of years ago, and dude, man, it was when I think Mr. B watched. I did like 12 hours straight, and I was getting angry and jumping around because I was getting pulled into that mass. Not hysteria, but mass whatever.
Yeah, it's basically hysteria.
Okay.
Right. It's a mass mentality of mental masturbation.
Mm-hmm. Man, I'll tell you, this program you're using is giving me some great photos. Right now, Clay is playing cards with the aliens, and Robert looks like the guy from Galaxy Quest, or the little beaver guy. So I've been taking like photos that I'm gonna send you guys later. It's made tonight fun.
That's awesome.
So
all right, so now that we know that there's going to be shit unfolding, and to your point, Doc, we might just have to do a spontaneous geezer gaze and just jump on. If shit's going down and everybody's available, let's live stream it. Let's get on and feed it. And do a proper geezer report.
We'll have to figure something out, because if I do that, I'm going to be pulling a lot of bandwidth, having 6-7 live streams. So we'll have to figure something out where if I can come in with all of that and it not slow us down.
Yeah, let's test it and see.
If not, we can just do side-by-side shows, and I can just have you on my phone watching you guys, and we can interact that way, or something.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of bandwidth, and then a lot of people have phones, so it's not always great. But what I'll do is I'll sit there and I'll have a whole bunch, and the ones that are being active, I'll minimize the others and just bring those, so it's always something. But anywho,
well, yeah. So let's
You
just
sort that
keep
one
in
out,
our
fella.
back pocket.
Hey, do it a geezer gate.
Say what?
Well, we want to. Well, I mean,
Do it with geezer geeks.
no. What I'm saying
Bring
is,
on
as I can
spontaneous.
be on
Pull
your
the
show with my phone
Yeah, he's talking about
while
the
I'm
feed.
doing my channel with all of those other,
Yeah.
channels all on one screen.
Yeah.
So
Well, we can try a couple of things and see which works best. Clay is up there in Salt Lake, and he's not only got a gig down, but he's got a gig up on his bandwidth.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he's using OBS, so you could send him the live links, and he could just put it into his feed, and he'd have all the bandwidth that all of us combined wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's what
So
I was
that's just
using that
another
year.
option.
Yeah, it was OBS. So
Well,
I'm just saying, we just got to be aware of that.
Doc can do his show, and we can live stream his show on ours.
Because
and we all-
I'll do it with the hell's it called? The one I always use. what the hell?
StreamYard?
StreamYard. So I'll do StreamYard, and then I'll make it so that you guys can come in as you are like this, and then you can also share or restream my channel.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Now I used to do that too. I had the professional StreamYard plan, so I used to multi-stream to 8 channels at once, 8 different channels.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you
not
can do
that
that.
popular.
Well, Doc can do Doc's show like he normally would with his StreamYard, and then we're
Yeah,
all
I
in
can come
his
in on
StreamYard.
No worries.
And then all he's got to do is click that button and then allow you to stream, so you can stream to your channel as well. And I think
Restream,
each participant can stream up to 3 different channels for each participant as well. So
Well, we got a couple days that we could do a video conference call and meet up and try something.
Yeah, because we got to talk about some of the tools and things anyway, on as a side conversation, that because it was nice to Clay and I and the geezers here, that when we make this shit, we kind of look at it and go, it's pretty good. But having an independent conversation, independent review by someone who is a professional was quite nice. So that was very
Huh?
nice.
Me?
Appreciate that.
No.
Yeah, you.
Professional? I fly by the seat of my pants. That's what makes it look like I know what I'm doing.
So, since we're flying by the seat of our pants, it goes to the next question. Since there's going to be a bunch of ruckus next week, do you think that it will be the current ticket by the end of the week, or will it be something else? And that something
Oh,
else
I think
could be no ticket.
I think there's gonna be an uproar who they probably picked to be the running mate, and everybody like, shit, and it's a double whammy. We don't want either of them, or some shit like that. And then you're gonna have all those
What day is
other
this gonna happen?
protesters. What?
What day is this going to happen?
It's all next week.
17th or no, not 27th or something.
Monday through Thursday, just like the Republican convention.
All right, okay. Because remember, I'm a day ahead of you guys. So.
But I will say this: all the remote viewers did say that the hotel that they're holding it in is going to be really messed up. It's there's going to be an need for insurance policies. So
do you think that it'll be a different ticket by the end of the week? It won't be kumquat and balls to the walls, or tampon Tim.
Oh, God. I mean, oh my God, that alone, dude,
I don't know.
fuck, what the hell? What
Do you
the
think it'll
hell?
be somebody else?
I mean, Howdy fucking Doody would be better. I mean,
That's
at
who we got
least
now.
it's up front. He's a fucking puppet with someone up his ass.
I don't know. I think they're going to keep him and just run with it. They've already got all of this invested into it.
They're like, we made all these signs. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, they've already got this invested into it. It's my opinion that they're just going to try and run with it.
What do you think, G?
I don't think they can go along with her. I think there's too many roadblocks stopping her from getting the nomination. I think the forces behind this is going to take them out and put somebody else in.
Right at the last second, they're like, "Oh, we're just kidding. Here's the real one." We just wanted to make a big surprise thing out of it, big hoopla. I mean, the way I keep talking to the light like it's the microphone. I'm like a moth to the light. The fact that she's, I mean, stealing his lines. The whole no taxes for tips. I mean, that we all know who that was. He came out with that a long time ago, and now she's trying to take because people like it, so she's like, I'll do it too. I mean, how much more do people need to see and to experience to go, oh, I'm on the wrong team,
There's something wrong with the team I'm on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, all right, I agree. I kind of think that right now, I think it's 50-50 whether the current ticket survives the week. I think a lot of that's going to depend on the shenanigans and shit that goes down next week.
Right.
And that's why I think it's probably, we might have to have a geezer alert go out and get on a live stream and cover the shenanigans and the shit that's being shoveled our way. And just, if for nothing else, to try it. If it works, then more power to us, and the geezers will gaze.
Right.
But I think the real question is, regardless if it's the current ticket or if it's some new metamorphized nonsense that they come up with to replace it, whoever that is going to compete against Trump. Do you think that the election will happen with Trump winning, or will it be delayed?
Oh,
Gee,
God, no, I hope not.
What do you think, G?
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that. I think there's going to be some kind of event, whether it's planned or it happens before the election. But I right now I feel we are going to have an election, but I've heard a lot of people say, whether they're remote viewers or whatever, that there might not be one. So I don't know. I'm kind of thinking there's going to be an election, but I do think an event's going to happen to try to foil that. Now, whether it actually works or not, I don't know.
Isn't it interesting though? Trump made the comment like, "You won't need to vote anymore." When he made that comment.
Mm-hmm.
What was he saying?
Well, and that's one of the perfect examples of the way that that stuff is sliced and diced and RuPard, which is the term for selective editing of content and making it sound like something else. He continued on saying, you won't have to worry about voting because he'll fix the system. He didn't say.
Oh no, I'm just saying the other team
right?
went off on that.
Yeah, of course, because that's what they do, because they don't have anything else. You notice how there's the only thing that, if any policy or any substance has come out recently, is the economic stuff, which is socialist on fucking steroids, socialism. It's like the whole this pay gap thing, price regulations, and it's like Jesus, that's never worked. It can't work because it's designed not to work. You're not going to get
The
what
favor
you want
of the
with that,
employer.
right? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just, it shows an ignorance of systems, processes, economics, the fundamentals, how our current system works. But the system is about to change big time, and these poor fuckers aren't going to know
Anyway,
what to do.
guys, you won't need to vote if you've got a dictatorship.
Well,
We're
that
not
won't
going to have a
happen.
dictatorship.
It's not going to happen.
Well, I have a big dictatorship.
Yeah, well,
We're not going to give up our guns like some people.
Who's excited to meet the British police when they come over here? Everybody excited? Oh, we are. We are so excited. Please come over. Try to arrest us.
And we were talking a little bit about the Musk-Trump conversation, and one of the things that came out of that was that asshat over there at the EU, some assistant director or somebody, secretary, wrote the letter to Musk saying, you need to keep an eye on maybe not doing this because, we could make it painful for you. And Musk replied with that fucking Tropic Thunder with
Tom Cruise
saying, just go fuck your face. And then the guy, apparently the next day, the commission issued a letter rebuking the guy who wrote the fucking letter to Musk. So he got his tallywhacker slapped for going rogue and trying to drop a bomb on probably the biggest conversation that's been heard by more people than any other.
Yeah, I really didn't listen to that whole thing.
It really was. It went on a little long, and you could hear, I think Elon had a few moments where he was trying to figure out, does he let Trump keep going? Because Trump is used to just going, which that's part of his MO. But they had substantive conversations about nuclear energy, which was spun out of shit, electricity, about immigration, about the assassination, about economics. And they just basically ended up agreeing with just about everything. Musk brought up the starting a Department of Government Efficiency. and it's like, I think, and they had a conversation about it, and Trump said, well, you went in and, cleaned out, just fired everybody and kept only what you needed. You're a great example of how to go in and fix shit, make stuff go. And then of course all the the poor folks on the left, the UAW, got all bent out of shape and said, we're going to sue them for this shit. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? The only thing you've got is some kind of judicial or legal or financial attack, because you've tried, as far as Trump's related, they've done everything they can at that fucker, including trying to take him out with a bullet. They've tried to ruin him financially, ruin him for any kind of legal or government position. All of it has failed. All of it has been bullshit. all of it has been made up and conjured crap, and they've been throwing it out to the monkeys and the masses for food. Going back to, why are people all having all these mental illness problems? Why do they have all these physical, biological conditions? Everything from wandering around and thoughts of suicide to anal leakage. It's like, well, why are people so covered with all of these weird anomalies that shouldn't be there? It's because it's been programmed. They programmed it in the food. They programmed it in language. They programmed it in the schools. They programmed it in the medicine. They programmed it in science. They've programmed it in technology. But oddly enough, technology is what's going to save us from this bullshit. Would you guys like me to push that button?
AI.
I mean, seriously. So let's get back to our prognostications, because we are running. We're running on the geezer side. We should look at trying to wrap it up here. So prognostications.
We're all going to die.
Where are we going to? What's the economic, the
Eventually, G.
the social?
Eventually.
What's the economic, the social, and the government? It's going to look like a year from now. Are we going to have the government we have now, or is it going to be in transition to something else in a year from now?
Man, I'll just go first and say the way that the world's sitting right now and the conflicts are going on around the world, it's hard to even think about what could happen next year, because none of us might even be here by this time next year if people keep pushing buttons. Because there's a lot of buttons being pushed all over the world.
Yeah, let me rephrase this question, because I think this is what we did last time. A year from now, aliens, yes or no?
I hope so. Yes, I hope so.
Will that first contact, supposedly, or the actual exposure of alien life, it'll happen by this time, next year, yes or no?
No. I like it too, but it won't happen.
Okay, we
I'll
got to
say
know how to
no.
be. G, what do you think?
No.
No aliens a year from now, Clay?
I hope so, yes.
Hopefully optimistic.
Yeah, I'm optimistic.
Doc?
They're already here.
I was waiting for that one.
I'm so fucking tired of people. Are we alone? Are we alone? When's this stuff going to happen? It's fucking been happening. Why do you think we have all these TV shows and movies and X-Files and Us? I mean, God, come on. I mean, we are more in depth than people that watch fucking Star Wars and Star Trek are with the shows. And it's still not enough. And I was just so fucking tired of hearing it. Are we alone? Are we alone? Oh, I want to psychically bitch slap some people.
Could
Yeah,
it
but
be
as
that
Robert
one of
would
your
say,
dream
we
jobs?
want these people to
classic
expose
UFO
themselves.
experience. You know what I'm saying?
Robert wants
Doc,
these
that
people
one
to
of your
expose
dream-
themselves, to say, come out and be honest for a change.
Doc, could it be that one of your dream jobs is to be a karma delivery service?
I've already got a list. When the shit goes Wild West, you better been cool to me.
Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, have you read Lord of the Flies? Now multiply that by billions of fucking people. Hungry star. It's gonna be, dude. The closest movie I believe represents where we will be, whether it's next year or next 10 years, is Kevin Costner's The Postman. That's how I see us living. Small communities in the mountains and everything, and of course you have your outlaws and their organs. It's going to be Wild West, especially when we get hit by the kill shot. The EMP. Quiet. Let me make sure nobody's like sneaking in my house. No, we're good.
Well, that was the next option, was some kind of catastrophic event, man-made or natural and celestial and natured. What do we think we will have some event like that by this time next year?
I see a lot of fire,
A lot of fire.
city buildings and
smoke.
stuff. Yeah.
Terry, what do you think? We have a CME or some kind of cosmic feedback
Okay.
between now and next year?
Well,
A reset.
well, if we don't have a world war, because the way it's going now, I mean, everybody's got the finger on the nuke button. I mean, Iran's threatening everybody, and now Egypt's actually joined forces with everybody. Now Israel's surrounded. Now we've got these fanatics in bloody North Korea, and China is getting all upset. They're building their forces up. There's a lot of tension happening in the South China Seas. You've got, I mean, there's too much tension. Well, I hope we don't have a nuclear war. But apparently, I did listen to somebody from the Montauk program or something like that, and they're talking about somebody that actually posted. Supposedly, I don't believe all the shit all up, but somebody that they actually got a reading, and they're saying late 2024 it's going to be a nuclear war, and within 10 to 15 years we'll be living like in small communities, villages around the place. But again, I'm being optimistic. I don't think nobody's going to press that button, but I think there is going to be a certain amount of conflict. But to what degree, I do not know. But
so
I don't think they will actually press the button, personally, and wipe out everybody out, because even the filthy rich, the cabal, still want to go and sunny sunbake on the Caribbean beaches. You know what I mean?
They don't want to destroy their
holiday
vacation
homes.
places. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I don't think anybody really wants to live in a bloody a tunnel for the rest of their existence.
But
So
yet
what a
we
lot,
see nothing
eh?
but dystopian movies. And speaking of, real quick before I forget, all of you need. There's a perfect series. It's 3 seasons. It's on Netflix. It's called Dark, D-A-R-K, and it was made in Germany, but it's got English, voiceovers and subtitles if you want. And it's time travel, small nuclear town, families intertwined, and yeah. So for your Saturday night, late night, dive into that. Just wanted to say, because I've been sitting there thinking, when can I sneak this in? I'm like, I'm gonna forget. I'm so fucking high. So so there you go. Dark.
Is that Doc?
On Netflix, D-A-R-K, Dark.
Okay.
And it is the most intense, intertwined time travel movie I've ever watched, and I just finished it the other night. You gotta watch it.
Well,
It's something to ask a lot of questions out of it, because it gets really technical, and I know you would enjoy that, Robert.
Some of us have been preparing since that movie Red Dawn came out.
Wolverines, brother, Wolverines.
That's right.
Yeah, not the Chris Hemsworth ones, but the real ones.
V for Vendetta is got a bit of a Prussian
Oh, that
thing
was
going
good,
on,
wasn't
don't you think?
I kind of feel like that's happening in London right now.
Yeah.
People are like, enough,
And
they're
it
not
was
wearing the
set-
masks, but
Wasn't it set in London, I think?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy, that's the vacation place that everybody thinks of. I want to go, or Paris, and it's just all these marches in the street, millions and millions of people. Most of them aren't even from that country, because they're preaching their own country. It's like, why go to a country if you don't like them and you just want to cheer on your country? Go back. Great. You have pride in your
Try to
country.
change the
Fantastic.
laws
Get the
to suit
fuck out.
themselves.
Go
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
And all these little fucking whiny heart liberals. Oh my God, for Palestine, people, Israel, we gotta. Oh my God, let's make a sign and walk. We'll lose some weight. We'll get rid of those calories, but we're doing something good. Get your fucking ass on a plane and go over there.
Yeah, and they're
All
all
of
doing
you.
and the
Every
things
single
they
fucking one of you.
think
I'm
they're
so
doing
tired of
good
hearing
is-
that shit. Sorry.
Yeah, especially with all these friggin' transvestites in schools.
We don't want to get the show canceled. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Yeah, you better
No,
end it
honestly,
pretty
mate,
soon,
hey.
Robert.
Oh my God, Robert,
Yeah.
you look like a wonderful little smart, awesome hobbit where you are right now with your body frame and that thing behind you. Do you not see it?
You talking to me or B?
Oh, sorry, Robert. Yeah. That's
Oh.
what's
No,
happening.
I got a Hobbit thing going on?
If you look at the screen, you're right. I don't know. Your background is aliens, and then you have like a furry little dude, like a gerbil or something. And your shoulders and body and arm all line up perfectly with it. I've been just internally just laughing my ass off. But because I'm a professional, I haven't been showing it. But I took
So,
pictures. I'll be sending you guys pictures of all because everybody but Master G, he's been like in the prime zone where nothing happens. He's like, I'm enough. You don't need anything else. So
Yeah, G's a pretty quiet bloke. He really is.
dude, look
He's
at
not
his eyes.
boisterous
He
like
he's
me.
he's just fucking enjoying the ride.
It's
Yeah,
been very
yeah, he is.
entertaining tonight.
Yeah, I've had fun. Some good topics.
yeah,
Yes.
there's been a whole bunch of shoving shit all over the place like we usually do, and I had, I don't know, 15 or 20 things queued up ready to play, and
Let's play it.
none of that happened. The fucking chat choice didn't happen. We did cover some news
Yeah.
and some views that you can use.
I'm pretty sure last
Are
night
you
we
a
talked about
songwriter?
list, but I don't know where it went.
I'm a cunning linguist.
Yeah, I was, but I
Did
got
you
like
say a cunt of a linguist? Did you say that?
spider web.
Sorry.
He said he wants to join the carnival.
That's right. Because
You do realise, Doc, you're a geezer geek now. You know that, don't you?
You went mute
you've
when
been
you
tarnished.
you went mute when you name called me. What?
I
He said you're a
you realise
conspiracy geek.
You're a geezer geek now, mate. You've been tarnished.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm in like at the first level. I only have some gray, but I'm working on it.
Just like the Yellowstone, you gotta lift up your shirt. You're gonna get a double G on your chest.
Hey, I don't waste my hormones growing hair.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about that chrome dome. I hear the chicks dig it.
Not on the
I
mountain.
prefer-
Yeah,
I
it's a
prefer
wall.
to keep-
It's a wall solar panel for. It's a solar panel for a wall
Or sex machine.
I prefer to keep my thigh brush nice and trimmed.
We're all going to hell. If not, we're gonna be protested by some group.
You know, be-
There's
that
no
next
chauvinist,
knock on your
motherfuckers.
door will not be from.
At least
the
we're
thought
being
police.
ourselves. That's it. You know. Yeah. Such is life.
Well,
Yeah.
gentlemen, I think this is probably a good place to snip this before it gets any bigger or goes any longer. That was one of my favorite sayings: is stand back. I don't know how big this is gonna get.
Right? Oh, if you like
I
comedy,
remember.
oh, go ahead.
I remember the first show I had Robert on, and after a few hours, I said, "So it's time to go now." And they looked at me and went, "What?"
Pussy.
Keep going, keep going.
Amateur.
Yeah, we're just getting started. We gotta go good. You gotta get 3 just.
Hey,
to
what's
be
the longest
in
you've
club.
done, Robert? It's
And-
about
and
5
you-
hours, isn't it? The longest show you've had?
No, the longest one was 7.
7.
Wasn't it, G? 7 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of those. That's one of those times where you get going and you don't want to quit because you're not sure if you're going to wake up in the morning. So you better get it all out now.
I did a 9-hour stream once. That was pretty taxing towards the end.
Well, like I
I
said
had a
earlier,
friend that did a 33-hour stream.
Oh yeah, no.
Jesus.
Mine
Yeah,
was the 12
TikTok
during the riots, and that
or,
was it. That was enough
Twitch
for me. I had
people
to
do
pass out.
30 hours to qualify for certain stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I always threatened to do a 24-hour marathon. Try to raise like $5, but it
$5
never happened. Yeah. So, well, I appreciate you having me on. It was a lot of fun.
Oh,
I,
dude,
I needed to, talk to somebody. Yeah, it was nice. So,
well, we needed somebody else to talk to besides ourselves because, if this was in a live room, we wouldn't be talking to each other. We can only talk to each other because we're online and we can turn our cameras off.
right. Oh, hey, Clay, since you do artwork, do you think, I'm just asking for me personally, but it'd be kind of funny. Can you take our faces and put them on the old men?
I do have one.
Okay, because this is the idea for promotion for the show. All of us is like King of the Hills. We're all standing at the fence having a beer. You guys ever seen King of the Hill?
He's going to be Boomhauer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I'll have you take a look at it by the time we finish this podcast. I'll have one.
Oh,
ready.
no shit. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's
Oh, see, it's one of these millennials. I just hit the button. No, I know it takes a minute to get the model faces with that, unless you do face swap. Then that's like really quick.
he's actually got one that
He's already
did,
got our
and
faces stored
he
without
did
our
one,
permission.
where he put our faces in on our
Yeah.
intro song.
Actually, I didn't even think about it. I could even do that with the face swap. Just get the picture of them standing at the fence, then take pictures of each of you, slap it, done. Damn it. Fucking technology. Why can't we just go back to the Atari?
Yeah, so this is the one that he did that's in our
It's in Clay's
intro
rotation.
piece. Yeah, there it is. Can I do that? Yeah, there it is.
Oh, nice.
So we just snipped our heads out of some of our video shit, and Clay dropped it in.
If you guys can send me those, just the individual. I want to try some stuff too.
Oh, there we go. I got too many screens going on here. Okay.
Yeah, I love that bobblehead concept. Those are fun.
I really didn't take a whole lot of time with that. That's just something I slapped together really quick.
Yeah, but could
I
you
could've-
send me everybody's face?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's got faces. Yeah.
Yeah, because I already
Yeah,
got all the,
post
I already
me
got
one.
all the backgrounds missing from them. So.
Well, send me that photograph, will
Because-
you please, Clay?
I'll
Later on, in
I'll
your own
send you
time.
guys some wild stuff. Because this is always fun. I mean, during COVID, this is when I got addicted to doing this shit. Because you're alone and you're like, oh wow, I'm a superhero now, or I'm in this movie, or Robert is a fucking that beaver guy from the Galaxy movie. When you watch the playback, Robert, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because I know you're hosting, so you probably have a different screen, but
Yeah, I got a couple of different ones here. In fact,
Yeah.
if you used, I'm using, is it Artflow? Artflow.ai. Have you seen that one?
I'm on Artlist.io.
Artlist, I use Artlist, some stuff.
It's just everybody wants a subscription, and then I'm like, I don't have a job. I mean,
Yeah, everybody does.
I'm having a garage sale every other
I mean,
week.
there's so many cool programs
I'm
out
with
there.
you
If
there.
you've got subscription, you won't have any money for yourself.
Right.
No, I'm with
Yeah,
you
and
on
then
that.
the recurring one. I mean, I got negative $611 a few days ago in my bank account because IMDb and another subscription and what third that they did their yearly pullout, but they don't tell you. They don't warn you, and then boom, they're negative $600. So
Yeah,
If you
those
get
are-
conflicts, you
So
know
I
in
will- I will
advance
be-
that you can
I-
either cancel it or whatever.
yeah, so I will be gigoloing for the following month. If anybody's interested, just let me know. I am high rate, but I will come through.
Hey,
Oh, that
you're
was
a whore.
unnecessary.
You're a whore.
No, it's
You're a
not
whore.
necessary. No, it wasn't. All right. I feel like I should leave before somebody gets pregnant.
Yeah, I think that there's probably some of that about to go around.
Oh, and by the way, monkeypox is here. Get ready for it.
Yeah,
that's right.
Who announced it yesterday?
Well, just remember that in monkey, the K is silent.
Money, yeah, moneypox. That is true.
It's like
That should be like a big deal that like we put out there to go against them. Go, just remember the K is silent, kids. And finally, people will be like, "Why is the K silent?" And
they'll see it and they'll think.
yeah,
Hopefully they'll think, because there's not a lot of thinking going on these days, except when the geezers get together and cast their gaze on the crap and the good and the goo, and we go, ha ha ha, we are wandering in the woo with the wankers, because you know what else? If you got nothing better to do, why not do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking.
right.
True.
So, I mean, every Saturday night, we have no lives that include any other activities on a Saturday night but to get online and start flapping our yaps.
Really makes me realize how
Can't
lonely
be
I've
hanging
been
out
for the
with friends.
past 15 years.
Right?
Oh, what do you do on a
They got
Saturday
AI
night?
for that.
I'm with the Geezer Geek Squad. Oh man, I'm gonna get laid for sure.
That's right.
Well, no, you gotta
Unless they
tell 'em-
watch the show.
you gotta tell them that you're on the Geezer Geeks Galactic Tour. It sounds so much cooler.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is sexy. That will definitely get me to first base.
In fact, on the way out here, I will play our theme song for the way out. And then I'll stop the recording, gentlemen. Just stay put, because then we'll be backstage for a minute. But you all know what
For our
the geezers are
debriefing.
about.
You gotta
This is
sign
all. What's that, G?
So he's got to sign a non-disclosure.
That's right. So
it's
thanks
good to
for
laugh.
coming, everyone, and enjoying the hangout here. And just know, unless the world ends or one of our prognostications comes true and one of us or all of us win the lotto,
Oh.
because
And
you
don't
know that
forget to tickle the like and subscribe button.
that's right.
That was
And-
even kind of kinky.
Just tap that
Gotta tickle
like
it.
button. Tap that like button on its third eye and give it a good little
Tickle
rub
that little
from the
fella
woo.
down there.
And until next time, just remember, it's all about what tickles your pickle, okay?
In any time zone.
And anywhere, wherever it needs to be.
Or
that's
it's
what you
really wherever you are is when you can tickle the pickle.
Yes, and be nice, be kind, okay, and be aspired to inspire one another.
Oh,
Yeah,
Come on, Doc, your
Well
turn.
said, Mr. B.
Or slap
Yeah,
the shit
your
out
turn,
of them.
Doc.
Oh, we
Slap
got
the
to
shit
do
out
our
of 'em.
one line, our good night lines. Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
All
Yes.
right. As long as we all lift each other up, we will all rise together. I'm Batman.
Amen.
And just remember, you can only tickle your own pickle, but sometimes other people let you tickle their pickle, and you just need to be sure that you're careful when you're tickling your pickle. Okay.
Dude, I'm so making a T-shirt.
And what pickle you tickle?
It just depends on if you're the visitors or the home team.
It should be like tickle my pickle and see what happens.
Have
Thanks,
pickle,
everybody.
All right.
Have pickle will tickle.
Okay, Clay.
And here we go.
Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. In a world of fast-paced, ever-changing scenes, there's a group that stands out, the Jesus Geeks team. With their seasoned minds and their tech-savvy ways, they navigate the world in the modern-day maze. Jesus Geeks, they're the ones to seek, With their wit and their wisdom, they'll make you think. From